I'm posting this as a warning. Maybe it can save you. It started exactly a year ago. It was October 31st, Halloween, and a few nights before daylight savings ended, and also the night I would turn 21. I was lying in bed after a long day of work and just relaxing before I finally drifted off. I didn't even get up to turn out the lights in my one-bedroom apartment. I just drifted off right there, with all of the lights in the place on. That's the night I heard it. I woke up to a sorrowful noise. I could not pinpoint the location, as it sounded to be coming from the walls themselves. Now, I have struggled with sleep paralysis, coped with hallucinations before, so originally, I thought this was just another episode of that. I thought that until I discovered I could move. And not only that, but my hallucinations were almost all the time things like demons, monsters, shadows, things that stuck out prominently, never a simple noise. I turned over to look at my phone and check the time. 3:58 a.m. is what it read. Although it was night, it was abnormally dark. Typically, your eyes can adjust so that you see something, but I couldn't see a damn thing. So I walked to my window, thinking I could see a street light, all the while the faint noise sending chills down my spine and causing my blood to feel cold. I pulled the curtain back, looked outside the window, but I couldn't really make out anything in the dark. That's when the sound got much louder, so loud, even, that I had to cover my ears with the palms of my hands to make it bearable. Then, as quickly as it came, it left, going back to just being a faint-sounding moan. It almost sounded like crying. The best way I could describe the noise is this. Have you ever played Left 4 Dead 2? You know the witches, the things that make that blood-chilling cry. The ones that make your skin crawl and you want nothing to do but avoid that shit because just seeing them makes you want to curl up in a ball and produce the same noise she does. Yeah, that's the closest thing I can compare this sound to. It sounded horrible, and I couldn't make out where this noise was coming from. But the thing that scared me the most was that I couldn't make out why this noise was there in the first place. I decided I would try to ignore the sound, pushing it to the back of my mind and trying to convince myself it was possibly just the pipes in the apartment. I knew it wasn't, but pretending otherwise was the only thing that calmed me down, even if it was just temporary bliss. I also chose to make myself some breakfast, also choosing to believe that the abnormal darkness outside was just due to some really dark clouds covering the sky. That one was a little more difficult to convince myself of, but in my rational mind, I had nothing else I could use as an excuse. At the time, I was an atheist, a free-thinking rationalist who preferred hard evidence and facts rather than faith or feeble belief. I believed in no god or gods and the supernatural paired with them. My God, how that changed. It was when I walked out of my kitchen, turning on the lights and preparing to make myself a bowl of fruity pebbles, when I came to a shocking and frightening realization. I didn't turn out the light last night. In fact, I didn't turn off anything at all. Yet everything was powered off coming into the kitchen and the den of the apartment. That realization, the fright and panic it sent through me, causing me to lose my appetite. So, I gave up on my little bowl of deliciousness. I made my way through the apartment, cautiously searching for any intruders while simultaneously turning on any lights I could find. I found nothing, so I went back to my room, only confused. That sound, that goddamn sound persisted and only seemed to grow louder and stronger whenever I was frightened. It grew loud again, and not as loud as to make me cover my ears like before, but loud enough to where I could no longer ignore it. The window had a tiny bit of iridescent light peeking through the curtains, so I decided to take another look. I wish I hadn't. Outside, just standing in the parking lot, black hair all knotted, skin cracking, eyes looking like black holes, was a girl. She looked to be about 13 years old, and the light that I saw coming through the window was actually coming from her. It wasn't bright, not at all. The pure darkness that surrounded her made the light seem brighter than it really was. I wasn't too alarmed at first. In fact, I thought maybe she needed some help. I opened my window, but recoiled as soon as it budged. The sound was coming from her. Not only was the sound coming from her, but I also noticed she was smiling. Her mouth spread in such a wide grin that it seemed inhuman, and her teeth were stained a mixture of yellow and green as if they hadn't been brushed in years. With the barrier separating her from myself having been cracked, even by only a little, I began to sob. Uncontrollable, horrific-sounding sobs. I became overwhelmed in a sadness that I had never felt before in my life. When my mother died, I didn't cry this hard. I cried so hard that my throat began to hurt, and my head started to throb. Then the window closed. Not hard. It just slid shut. And I thanked my lucky stars that I didn't get the chance to lock the window in place when I opened it. Because if I did, I don't know how long I would have laid there crying. Because as soon as that seal was reconnected, the feeling of sorrow left, and I could finally take a breath again without feeling the need to expel tears. Rubbing my eyes, still swollen and sore from the extreme sobbing I just did, I walked back to the window and looked out again, and not planning on opening it this time. I saw the girl looking the same as she did previously, but only this time she wasn't smiling. She was frowning. She raised her hand, took her index finger, and ever so slowly pointed it at me. She then began to walk forward, her sobs getting louder with each step until she disappeared under the view of my window. I scrambled for the doors. I didn't know, but I could only assume none of them were locked, and sure enough, when I got to them, none of them had been. I furiously ran to each of the 2 doors that led to the outside and locked both, even throwing a piece of furniture in front of them for good measure. Primal fear started to overtake me as I began hyperventilating, the kind of fear I would think a deer feels when it's being stalked by a predator. A knock came at the door, almost made me jump out of my skin. I didn't answer. Then the sobs stopped, and a voice came from the other side.
Jeremy, it's me, your mother. Open up. It's cold out here, son. Please let me in.
I froze. Every ounce of me wanting to open that door, wanting to see my mother again. The voice was almost hypnotizing, but I knew my mother had died 5 years before this point. I knew better, but her voice sounded exactly like my mom. So exactly alike. I left the area and proceeded back to my bedroom. I grabbed my phone to check the time at 4:45 a.m. That couldn't be right. At least, it didn't feel right. The events I just described earlier felt at least like an hour or an hour and a half long. But it had only been 47 minutes since I last checked the time. The sobs came back, replacing the sweet, alluring voice of my mother and instead filling me with more sense of dread and sorrow. I actually preferred this. I didn't want the voice of my late mother to be a source of my nightmares to come. I decided at this moment I would just lie in bed and wait it out, whatever it was. I began thinking that maybe it was all just a dream. Maybe my sleep paralysis demons have just taken on a new form, or that my hallucinations are becoming more aggressive. I turned on my phone, trying to find something to distract me from the horrifying situation I found myself in, when the sobs were replaced with a terrible shriek. A shriek so loud it shook the windows. Then, a banging at my door, at both of them at once. My doors were on opposite walls. I began to cry a little again, not because the sound compelled me to, but out of pure fear and anxiety. I didn't know what I was going to do, when, all of a sudden, I heard the door that I had locked and barricaded break loose of its hinges. Whatever this thing was, it was inside now. I could hear the soft pitter-patter of small feet along the floor of my house, and they came to a halt outside of my door.
Jeremy, let me in. This would be so much easier if you just let me in, sweetie.
The voice wasn't my mother's this time. This time it was demonic, the sound of pure evil. And if words could kill, those would be the ones to do it. I didn't respond. Not only did I not know what to say, but I didn't want to risk talking to this creature, thinking that it might be some sort of invitation into my mind or something else. Little did I realize, she had already gotten into my head with fear. I just curled up, pulled the blankets over my head, and tried to ignore the situation. What else was I supposed to do? I was on the second story to this apartment, so trying to leave via window was bound to result in serious injury. And leaving through the doors that this girl was now behind was bound to result in things I couldn't possibly understand or want. So I just sat there. Fear numbed my bones, and I couldn't feel anything else. That's when I heard the banging at my door. I peeked through the cracks in the covers and began to see the wood of the door start to splinter. I decided I would take the jump. Whatever this thing was, I couldn't let it near me. I felt that much. I pulled open the window, door splintering and giving way behind me, and jumped. It wasn't too terribly high a fall, but it was enough to sprain my ankle when my feet hit the grass below. I was lucky enough to have a window located above a small patch of grass that the apartment complex set up with flowers, rather than having one overlooking the sidewalk or pavement. My ankle hurt very badly, but it wasn't broken. I could tell that much. So I sprinted as best I could, running to the security shack that housed a moderately armed security guard equipped with a taser, pepper spray, and a baton. I could hear footsteps behind me, coupled with the sound of maniacal laughter and crying. The footsteps got closer and closer. But I finally reached the door to the security shack, and I burst through, slamming it shut behind me and locking it for safe measure. The girl could break through wood, but I'd like to see her try against reinforced metal. "Good fucking God!" I heard a voice call out behind me. I turned and saw the security guard, whose name badge presented himself as Jacob and whose looks painted him as a 50-year-old man, pointing a taser directly at me. "What the hell, boy? What do you think you're doing?" I'm sorry, sir. Please, let me stay here tonight," I answered back between breaths, winded from the sprint here. My ankle throbbed and was swollen from the fall and subsequent pressure put onto it. There was something in my apartment. It chased me here. The guard looked me up and down, and he must have seen how frightened I was as he put away his weapon and asked, "What are you talking about, son?" To which he also looked out the glass window and tried to find whatever I was talking about. "There's something out there, sir. It broke through my apartment, and I had to jump out my window to escape." My voice sounded broken, and he picked up on that. "Son, whatever's out there, I'm sure it's nothing too much to worry about. I'll go have a look-see and see what all the fuss is about. You just wait here." I yelled at him not to leave, telling him it wasn't safe, that whatever is out there isn't human, and that I wasn't even sure if it was from this world. But he shrugged me off, saying that I was probably just imagining it being so bad because of my fear-induced mind. I pleaded, begged with him not to leave, at this point just wanting someone else to be in my company. Still, he wouldn't have it. "Now, son, I'm sure there's something out there, but it isn't anything I can't handle. I have this job for a reason. Now you just wait right here and let me do my job," he stated to me so confidently that I almost believed him. Almost. He left the small building and shut the door behind him. Flashlight, baton, and taser at the ready. He informed me to lock the door behind him. I assumed because he wanted me to feel more comfortable, but I was worried about his safety at this point. Still, I locked the door, per his instructions, and watched through the wide glass windows. The guard took a few steps from the door and shined his flashlight onto something crawling on the ground. It was just a raccoon.
"Son, don't tell me this is what you were afraid of,"
the guard called out, and I can tell he was holding back annoyance, but also that he was stifling a laugh at the same time. Then, there she was. The girl, about 20 feet away from the guard. The same knotted hair and stained teeth as before. The guard saw her too, and he called out to her in a voice full of concern.
"Hey, little one, Are you okay? Did you get lost?
He approached the girl as he spoke, but she made no movements. I tried to call out to him, tried to cry to him, but something kept my mouth shut for just a second longer than it should have, because by the time anything escaped my throat, it was too late. He reached his hand out in an attempt to come across as someone she can trust. But when he made contact with her, it was over. The little girl shot her head up as fast as lightning and grabbed the man's face with a grip so tight I could see the veins struggling underneath the guard's skin. He let out a wailing scream. He begged me to help him, but I couldn't. I was frozen in fear, and I knew there was nothing I could do. I tried to turn away from the sight, tried to shield my eyes, but my gaze was stuck, and my body was paralyzed, as I saw her tighten her grip on him with every breath he took. Her hand had nails that were long and sharp, and those began piercing his skin, only making him cry out even louder, until, eventually, I heard a pop, and a viscous red liquid splattered itself across the windows I was looking through. The girl, little as she may be, crushed the man's head with a single hand. Yet still, somehow, the screams of his terror and pain persisted beyond death. It only took me a second, but I realized that his screams were now coming from her mouth, only now sounding of far more anger and pain than before. She then began to gouge out the man's eyes, scooping them out with her nails, and that's when I turned away and vomited all along the back wall. I couldn't take it anymore. Something finally snapped, allowing me to break my gaze at the situation outside. I kept my head turned away, tears streaming down my face as I heard soft crunching and moans of pleasure. I didn't want to think of what that could mean. Eventually, the sounds dissipated, and the only one left was, once again, the sobs. They began driving me insane. I began to think of horrible things of a vile nature that only appear in the worst of nightmares or the horror movies that don't make it to theaters because they're so wrong. I started seeing blood drip from the ceiling, roaches infesting the wood. Worms began to burrow through the floors. I saw my mother standing in front of me, arms crossed as if disapproving of something that I did. She scolded me, told me I was a failure, that I didn't even go to her funeral. She told me how much of a terrible person I was, and that my father and she have hated me since birth. She told me that I was such a disappointment, and that she wished she would have aborted me when she had the chance. She even said she wished that she could have seen me die before she did. I began to cry. I pounced on her, some primal rage burning deep within me, a deep-seated hunger manifesting itself as I slammed her head into the floor. Worms began to burrow their way into her body, but all she did was laugh. Even as I began tearing the flesh from her bones, she just laughed. She told me that I was doing exactly as she expected, and that only made me hungrier, angrier. I grabbed her face, tightening my grip around it, all the while her piercing laughter tearing at my soul the same way I was tearing into her body. I crushed her head, and still, the laughter came. But it didn't come from her. I began to laugh. My mother's laugh. Something in me broke, and I began to laugh so loud it hurt my throat. The girl, still outside the tiny building, but far enough into the darkness to not see her, echoed my laughter. When I looked down to see the remains of my mother, there was nothing there. Blood filled the room. Gore littered the walls, but there was nobody. Blood covered my face, and the taste of iron was on my breath. I screamed, and the girl echoed that too. I cried, and she echoed that as well.
Come outside. Play with me. We can be the best of friends, Jeremy. We can play forever and share everything together.
She spoke to me, calmly, in a voice that was a mixture of my mother's, the guard's, and my own. I listened. Blood dripped from my hands. I unlocked the door, opened it, and stepped outside. The girl was waiting for me this time, but she didn't seem menacing at all. She looked welcoming. She looked nice, and I wanted nothing more than to hug her and kiss her and tell her I wanted to be her best friend and we could spend every waking moment together. I started to run to her, and that's when the first rays of dawn peeked over the gray buildings. As I reached her and the sunlight touched our skin, my vision went dark. I woke up in my bed. My head was pounding, my throat was raw, and my stomach was hurting. But other than that, nothing was amiss. My ankle was not hurting. My clothes were clean, and I heard no noises. Sunlight glared through my window, bathing me in a sweet bliss. A dream? I wondered to myself. The night had seemed so real, so vivid. It couldn't have been a dream, could it? I looked at my phone. 4:30 p.m. The date was November 1st. Everything seemed normal. No sobs, no screaming, no broken door. I began to feel safe and comfortable, realizing that I must have had needed this sleep because I slept for so long. That was until I looked out my window. It being daylight out now, I could see the security shack from my second-story window. Police were parked all around it, caution tape creating a barrier that no one without a badge could get through. People in hazmat suits entered and exited the small building. I strained to get a better look, but I could not see what was going on. I almost left my apartment to ask, but something caught my eye. On my nightstand, stained in small freckles of red, was a name tag. I picked it up, turned it over to read who it belonged to, and my heart sprang to my throat. The name read Jacob. I began to freak out. What had actually happened last night? Why the fuck was the guard's name tag in my room, speckled in red? And why the fuck did my breath taste like metal? I didn't know what was going on, but I knew I needed to get rid of that name tag. Whatever happened to the guy, I don't know. And I didn't want to be connected. I grabbed the lighter I kept for the occasional bowls I would light up in my free time and took the name tag to my bathroom and melted it over the toilet and flushed. It was gone. Nothing to worry about. I decided not to ask the officers what was going on, so as not to come off as suspicious at all. My poker face and lying skills weren't great, so I didn't want to be put into that situation at all. I resigned to letting the news catch me up with the events whenever it aired. I went on about my evening, falling asleep at 9 p.m. that night. There were no noises that night, only sleep. I awoke at about 8 a.m., turning on my TV, tuned into the news, and listened. The news described the scene, grisly, bloody, and gory, but they stated no body was found. They said that DNA tests will determine the identity of the man, but also that the security guard, Jacob Housley, was working that night and has been missing since then. They don't expect to find him alive, and I don't either. But I convinced myself that it had nothing to do with me, and that I had no idea what happened. It was farther strengthened when, a few weeks later, the police department released the results of the DNA tests. It was inconclusive. They found 3 different people that the DNA could belong to, 2 males and 1 female. I chose to hang on to the inconclusive part and ignore the 2 males and 1 female part. I did this for my own sanity, because in order to remain sane, or at least convince myself that I wasn't insane, was to ignore all the bad and everything pointing to me. I actually almost forgot about the situation. That was, until now. It is now exactly 1 year later. I woke up again at the same time, to the same noises. Only this time, the noises were welcoming. I felt no aggression or fear. If we're being completely honest, I felt eager, and hunger is beginning to overtake my thoughts. The voice is pleading with me to join her again, and I think I will. But I wrote all of this to warn you. I am a 22-year-old man now, 5 feet 10 inches, blonde hair, blue eyes, somewhat pale skin, and I have a long, distinct scar running down my cheek due to an accident when I was younger. I'm telling you this because I have some humanity left, but I don't think it will be around much longer. So if you wake on November 1st at 4 in the morning and you hear odd noises, do not look outside until dawn. If you do look outside and see a man matching that description, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Now I know the thing has always been there. It fed off of my family for years. It had a cozy home inside our big house. There was the murky shadow in the corner of the dining room where we sat while it feasted. The thing became material when I was 4. At night, I would stand next to my bed, a towering darkness splashing onto the ceiling. The mattress would groan and the air would reek of its breath, and my cheeks would itch until they were numb from the spikes on its maw. I would hear my heart in my ears beating very, very fast. And then I would blink, and it would be morning, and Mother would be putting fresh flowers on my bedside table. I would rush to the bathroom, hoping that double toothpaste could wash away the nasty taste in my mouth. Nana must have known about it. She always knew what was going on in the house, and so every now and then she invited a priest to visit. The adults would pray together, and the priest would leave with a large donation, and the thing would be quiet for a couple of nights. But then it always returned, more hungry than before. It made my body ache for weeks. I had trouble remembering whole days on end because of its greed. It took too many of my memories. Nana would notice and let me stay at home and get well. She would bring me cookies and milk in bed and tell the most beautiful stories about the stars hanging low in the dark sky. Half asleep with her by my side, I could sometimes see the shadow forming behind her shoulder in the dimly lit doorway. But I never thought to warn her. Mother knew about it too. That much I deduced from her reaction the only time I ever asked. She, who always was so achingly distant, grabbed my shoulder and hissed violently. There was a curse that ran in the family, and it killed those who couldn't keep their mouths shut. The metal in her voice hurt more than her fingernails digging into my skin. I cried, and we didn't speak about it again. I never tried telling my grandfather. He was a tall and strong man, strong enough to scare the thing away, but he had no time for a little girl's fantasies. It was the worst in the years from my 5th to 10th birthday. Then, as I grew older, I started having fewer encounters with the thing, until they were so rare that my young mind convinced itself it was but a series of bad dreams. And so, years passed. I finished school, went to university to study English, and met my husband in the final year. At first, he helped me with the homework, and later he helped me fall asleep. For years that we were together, I never had so much as a bad dream. Our beautiful daughter was born 10 months after we were married. I didn't visit my grandparents' house in years. That is, until when, well into the 5th year of parenthood, Mother called to let me know that Nana had passed on. I was expected at the funeral, she said. My little daughter was, too. My husband couldn't come because of a business trip, so I packed for the 2 of us, and we left to say our final farewells to my old Nana. Despite barely being on speaking terms all those years, the reception at my grandparents' house was quite warm. After the funeral, the 4 of us gathered in the dining room. My girl was the center of everyone's attention. Mother showered her with affection, and Grandfather seemed genuinely interested in her collection of Barbie dolls. For the night, Mother put my girl in my old room. I wish I remembered what terrors lived there in the past and prevented what happens next. If only I did, I could have protected her. I slept in the room next to her. In the early hours, I woke up to use the bathroom. It was on the way back in the dark corridor that I thought I heard a stifled cry. Immediately, and against my will, my body froze, a paralyzing chill running down my spine and my legs, and I had to force myself to listen very, very intently. I almost didn't hear it because of my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. But the cry was repeated. That's when the memories rushed back, like an icy tidal wave, and I remembered the ordeal of my young age. After all, it all happened in the same room where my girl was now alone, left to be devoured by the thing that was so hungry after all those years. Willing myself not to collapse, I moved silently and opened the door to my old room as quietly as I could. Right away, despite wishing it wasn't there, I saw the thing hunched over the tiny bed, dark and menacing and taking the whole room in the faint moonlight. It was as fearsome and ugly as I had remembered it, yet its shape and its movements were strangely familiar, invoking an odd feeling inside of me. My girl was sitting up in her bed, clutching the pillow and watching the thing as if transfixed, her pale face smeared with tears. Then, suddenly, I couldn't see her face anymore, because the thing encroached on top of her in its insatiable desire to consume. It was then that I pounced forward, grabbing the heavy crystal vase that was still standing on the bedside table. It came down hard, crushing the bones and sending splinters into the soft brain tissue. A shrill cry rang in my ears as I hit again and again on what must have been its head. I smacked it with the vase until there was nothing but the soft mush and fragments of bone left on the floor. I pounded, bashed, and slammed until my arms spasmed in an onslaught of searing pain. In my distress, I didn't notice that the darkness disappeared from the room, which was now brightly lit. Panting, I turned around to look. Mother stood in the doorway, her hand on the light switch. Her pale face was twisted in a grimace of terror. I looked at the sticky, blooded vase in my hands and saw my grandfather's hair stuck to the bottom. Perhaps you've heard of Andersonsburg, the old western Pennsylvanian town that, like Roanoke before it, suffered a mysterious end and left no accounted survivors to enlighten anyone as to the details of its fate. Luckily, that may no longer be the case. I've joined a university-funded expedition here, and have been tasked with collecting items of value that can hopefully assist in our search for knowledge pertaining to the curious fate of the city. After some exhausting work, I did indeed come across a diary that is by far the most informative document yet unearthed. I'll check the contents for veracity at a later date. For now, here are the most relevant excerpts for anyone interested. 3rd of April, 1829. Another man caught the fever, this time down at the lumber mill. From what I heard, the poor bastard was tying down the logs when he just up and fell right over into the river. Almost drowned, I heard. When the others got to him, Matthew and Thomas and the lot, said his face had gone pale as a cloud, that he was shaking, sweating, and coughing. Ain't no mistaking that for nothing but the early signs of the fever. So they hauled the poor fellow out and gave him a canteen and had him rest. Without telling him, they struck camp and left him there. Not sure what came of him, but everyone here knows the mayor's rule. None struck with fever are permitted to return to Andersonsburg. If they're favored enough to survive the thing, unlikely as that sounds, they're to remain banished to the woods with nothing but the clothes on their backs and whatever coin they got's in their purse. Not a one of the other lads down at the camp wanted to risk becoming infected and meeting such a grisly fate. No, sir. 4th of April, 1829. A mayor's decree, lumber camp is to be abandoned, along with all the supplies it's gathered, for fear of being tainted with fever. There was an uproar at the mansion today over the decision. Many men are out of work now because of it, but strange enough, I didn't see not a one of the fellows from the camp itself down at the mansion. Just other wives and some others, and I know why, too.
They wouldn't admit it aloud. No, sir. They don't want to go back. I wouldn't either. I've seen the fever at work, at Pinefield, and it ain't got no place in my home. Not while I got a wife at home. No, sir.
7th of April, 1829.
Ma said to me today in the kitchen, "Paul, I can't believe the mayor throws so many good men out of jobs." I said back to her, "No, sweetheart. Perhaps he's got himself a point. The old camp's been run clean over with fever. You don't want that plague finding its way around here. No, sir. God himself couldn't stop it if it did." So she snorts and walks away. She'll come round eventually, especially when the stories of the infected keep coming. Fever hits the camp, and it's only a good 2 or 3 miles from town. Only a matter of time, I think, before it finds its way here. God above, I hope I'm wrong. Maybe I should start thinking about taking Maria away for a time, though, to see my brother in Philadelphia. Just till all the foul things conclude here.
11th of April, 1829.
Man got shot last night. Not 100 yards from Jim Isley's porch. Jim said he was delirious, just stumbling around near the tree line without a name in the world. He called out to him and says, "Declare yourself. You's an Iroquois? I'll shoot you dead if you an Iroquois, old boy." And he said nothing, so shoot him he did. Then Jim sent his boy Nathan in town to fetch a picket while he watched the field, thinking an Indian attack was brewing. When Nathan got back with some of the men and their rifles looking for a good fight, not another Indian showed his face. So they went out and looked at the body, saw it was something worse. That old infected feller from the lumber camp found his way back to town in his stupor, and by God, says the man, fever worked its way through him right quick. Says he was rolling inside out, skin falling off like a leper, teeth all filed in those wicked points. So they put their shirts to their noses and mouths, and they set the body to the flame. They told the story today about the pub, but some of the old gents there took offense to the tale. Says they shouldn't have gone near the corpses. One fella, Tom Higgins, I think he was, said those men were probably infected too, by virtue of going near even a dead infected. Says the plague lingers after death. Then he bolts out the door, and the barkeepers asked the storytellers to leave. I left too. Ain't no risking getting the fever. No, sir.
15th of April, 1829.
Jim Isley didn't show up at the office today. And all the men there knowing the story with the infected fellow getting shot too. So the rumors are swirling. No one's heard from him. His clients are stopping on by, and all we can say is we ain't seen the fella. Come on by later on. So they do, but they ain't happy about it. No, sir. I like old Jim, even if he's a little small-brained, so I speaks to myself. I think I'll stop on by his porch after closing, to see what's the matter. I know I shouldn't, but if he's sick, I'll know for sure. I won't go near the man. I just hope it ain't the fever. God above, I hope it ain't the fever. So I gets to his house at round about dusk, and his wife Sarah opens up the door. She's a sweetheart, she is. But even though she put on a nice big smile for her guests, I can tell she's got a worry on her mind. So I put my hat to my chest and says, "Greetings, ma'am. Just stopping on by to extend my regards to Jim. He didn't show up at the office today, you see. I was hoping I could see him." And her smile fades, and she says, "That's mighty kind of you, Pa. But Jim's been under the weather, and he won't let neither me nor Nathan in the bedroom. Alls I know is he's sweating and having trouble keeping down a meal." Then my smile fades, and I says without a second thought, "Sarah, I'm guessing you heard about the guest a half-week back, the man Jim shot?" And she says, "The Iroquois scout. Jim says he shot him dead." So I says, "Sarah, that weren't no Iroquois scout. That was the infected feller from the lumber camp. Jim and some other fellas burned the body once they saw the skin." And her face got white as a ghost as she just says, "Don't you lie to me about my Jim." And she goes and shuts the door in my face. I hope she gets her wits about her and gets Nathan out of there soon. He's a good old lady. She's got a big, kindly heart herself. They don't deserve this. As luck would have it, though, I ran across the Dr. Armstead on the way home. And I tells him about Jim. Maybe he can help. 16th of April, 1829. Maria wakes me up early today, and she says, "The Isleys are gone. The Isleys are gone." I'm tired, so at first I don't know what nonsense she's talking. But then I remember Jim and Sarah and Nathan, and I says, "What you mean gone? Dead gone?" She says, "No, the doctor says Jim got the fever, Paul. And so a few men grabbed their muskets, and they hauled the whole Isley family out of their house and tossed them right out the whole town. Some of the men says if we ever come back, they'll shoot them dead." So I feels right guilty for riding them out, and I throws my covers off, and I run outside and down the street. Sure enough, the Isley's home gone up in smoke. The whole town's out there watching it burn without a pity. Except the parish, and when I run up, I hears people talking about anybody else who'd been in contact with that body or the feller down at the lumber camp. Then I heard the other names come up. David Brody, John Green, Will Benson Hodges. Townsfolk says they've got to find him and give him the boot, or else the whole town will get the fever. One lass says, "Why don't you just shoot him?" Another feller says back to her, "Then we'll have to remove the corpses. Wouldn't want to go near such a thing, would you? Plague lingers. Better to have 'em walk right out on their own 2 feet." But I think to myself, hell, that's almost worse. 18th of April, 1829. The town's all done over in hysteria, I tell you. The mayor's declared martial law ever since the Isleys and the Brodys and the Greens and Hodgeses got evicted. Not a soul is to enter Andersonsburg till further notice. You can leave and he won't stop you, but he ain't coming back if you do. The townsfolk will assume your departure means you've been struck with plague, and they'll burn your home to ash. I've seen it happen 10 times in the last few days alone. These boys ain't playing no games, no sir. There's some of them religious folks talking about how it's God's judgment for sin, and other fellers with muskets patrolling the streets, and every once in a while you hear a big old loud crack as he pops off his gun. 'Cause that's the thing, you see. Them infected keep trying to get back in. 20th of April, 1829. Some of the infected stormed in down Mulberry Street last night, stole some cattle, rattled some doorknobs. The militia showed up right quick and drove 'em off with some sharp musketry. They didn't kill any of 'em till they run out past the wooden palisades. Then they shoot 'em in the back and drop 'em like a sack of potatoes, says they. The men have orders only to wound, if possible, you see, if the infected make it inside the town. That seeing as how dead infected in the streets is a corpse some poor bastard will have to remove. And then he's struck with fever, too. As far as the town's concerned, they send him a packing. Needless to say, not a man, woman, or child in Andersonsburg's willing to volunteer for such a job. So the mayor says to the militia captain, he says, "If them infected find their way in here, you get 'em out some way other than killing 'em dead, you hear? I ain't aiming to pick a poor lad to take the bodies out and take himself out in the same way, no sir." 24th of April, 1829. The mayor let in a visitor today. Some of the townsfolk down at the hall threw up a good fit over that, but the man had something to say, so in he comes. He meets the mayor, and from what I heard from Philly Gables, he told the mayor the infected had thrown in their numbers and overrun the nearest town over west. That place, Lesterburg, was in a similar spot to us. Rooting out the infected, burning their homes, barricades had gone up, the militia had been mobilized. All the same, the infected, hungry for flesh, swept in out of the woods one night and overran the barricades and the watchtowers and killed every last person in the town. Except for this fella, Charles Gates, or something or other. He was the last man alive. And he ran all the way here to tell us that horde is heading up this way, not 2 days out. So now the town's gonna figure out what's to be done. Some people think the feller's lying to get himself a bite to eat. Others think we can take on the horde. Lesterburg was half the size of Andersonsburg, after all, says they. We have more men, more muskets. We could beat 'em. But it's all up to the mayor now. 25th of April, 1829. The mayor elected to stand and fight, but said that anyone who sought to flee was welcome to do so, of course. Got himself a nice round of applause. Then the men, myself among them, set about collecting arms and bullets and building up the barricades in the streets and setting up wood towers for the lookouts. If these infected aim to have a fight they shall have. According to Charles, we should expect the horde to come up from the southwest near the pike, sometime in the next 12 or so hours. Said there were unaccountable hundreds of them, all rotting away and thirsty for blood and crawling like beasts. We got ourselves a good 240 men, and muskets and rounds enough for maybe 180 of them. Add to that number 30 good sharpshooting rifles for the marksmen in the towers, and even two 12-pounders overlooking the pike from two angles. We got ourselves a fine force to defend the town with. But I can see it in everyone's eyes, a mist of fear. Tonight I'll spend the evening with Mariah, and we'll do what the two of us can to take our mind off things. By the door is my musket, of course, and in my satchel all the ammunition I can find. Should I hear the church bells go off at any point, I'll have no choice but to grab the gun, kiss Mariah one last time, perhaps, and rush out to Southwest Barricade to do some fighting. If the church bells ring a second time, though, everyone knows what that means. The infected have broken on through. Then it's time to hit the road to Philadelphia. So I tells Mariah to keep our valuables packed. 26th of April, 1829. Today I took a good stroll out of the edge of town. We got ourselves a good palisade. Some of the boys at the northwestern edge even dug themselves a trench. And the whole, the militia, even Captain Gaines, have elected old Booker Downs to lead the defense, seeing as he fought with the mountaineers in the Indian Wars and got himself some experience. So he rounds up some horses and dispatches a rider to Philadelphia to call up some help, and then two more riders with orders to scout the outskirts of town, one to the west to spot the horde and the other elsewhere to ensure they ain't coming up from nowhere else, and report back what they finds no later than mid-afternoon. So off they all go, and the rest of the lads get back to the job of fixing up defenses. By now we scrounged up a good 12 more muskets and 40 or so pistols and every blade we can find. The butcher was kind enough to lend us some cutlery, and in the town armory, Briggs and I bagged up a few score rusty bayonets and distributed them evenly along the front. We got ourselves an army now, boys. I only hope it lasts the night. Still no word from the scouts. Downs is getting nervous, so he goes and sends off another two riders and says, "You lads go no more than a mile out, you hear? Then come on back to me." So off they go. One of the new scouts came a-galloping back in. And he's huffing and puffing. He says to Dawes, "They ain't just coming from the west, sir. I spotted a good lot of them in the northwest, too, and the north. And they got themselves horses. The whole mess of them." And Downs says, "What do you mean, horses? Like they's eating them?" And the scout says, "No, sir. They's riding them. Like cavalry. Dead-looking things, rotten skin with the same red eyes as these infected folk. And they making speed, sir. They making damn good speed." And no sooner does he say that than the church bell rings. And I look up, and all the men look up. Yeah, we see young Johnny Billings up there, and he's waving his arms and shouting something fierce and pointing out to the west. So he looks to the west. And there they are. All of a sudden, a whole mess of them infected coming out of the tree line and running up the hill towards the barricade. So we all rush up to the wall and take aim, and Downs says to fire the 12-pounders, and a good few of those infected go a-flying. But then more are coming, and more and more. So then the marksmen open up fire from the towers, and they're picking the bastards off as best they can. The horde's getting closer and closer. So they's in musket range, so me and the boys fire a volley. And when we reload, the boys behind us fire. Then the boys behind them. We 3 lines deep at the choke points. And pretty soon we get infected piling up right quick, not 50 yards off. Dead and more. The rest of them keep right on climbing over the pile of the dead ones and keep right on coming. And we keep right on shooting. Then the infected did something I ain't seen yet. Far as I could tell beforehand, the fever keeps you from thinking straight. Then you're just not thinking at all. You're just a mindless thing with rotten skin that eats and kills. But today, after a good 10 or 12 minutes of fighting, the horde got up and a whole lot of them actually fell back. Now, that says to me a number of things. Things discussed openly as the men set about reloading and fetching water. That means these things are thinking. They knew they couldn't break our lines, and so they retreated back to the tree line. They ain't done. We could see their damned red eyes glowing through the shroud of the trees, but they fell back. Maybe they scared. The infected haven't tried another all-out assault yet. Commander Downs thinks they's waiting for nightfall so they can slip in unseen. So we had a handful of boys from each of these regiments head out to the killing fields and throw up lamps while some others stood guard. When sunlight starts to fall, we'll have other boys running out with torches and light those lamps. And the hope is we can keep the fields lit for shooting throughout the night. We got closer lamps, too, that can be lit from behind the barricade without having to send men out all exposed. Sun's coming on down. We can still see them damn infected in the trees. And we heard rustling and footsteps, and Commander Downs says they's likely to be bringing up reinforcements for another push. Billy's got a fine ear, and he says he can even hear 'em talking out there. Grunting and stuff. Probably planning their next move. Meanwhile, the boys on this side of the palisades have been reinforcing the barriers. Still no word from the other 3 scouts, but we ain't holding our breath on their return. Round about 8 o'clock, we hear some shooting at the northwest barrier, so Commander Downs sends me and Butler and Peyton out there to see if they need help. So we get there, and the boys said the things had tried crawling through the tall grass for cover, and were only about 100-some-odd feet from the palisades when the boys spotted them and started shooting. So he goes back to Dawes and tells him, and he calls up a council of war with the regiment heads and says that, given that and the retreat from earlier, it's clear the infected are smarter than we thought. Made a point to say that no weapons could fall into their hands, not under any circumstances. No, sir. No, we all still waiting on that big nighttime push. Sure enough as hell, those infected bastards made a second big charge against all the barricades at the same time, sometime before midnight. Damn near caught us with our pants round our ankles, too. We heard rifle cracks from the marksman towers, and then the 12-pounders firing off, and then a flurry of musket fire from the northwest. Then they hit us twice as hard as they did before, and we're firing volley after volley into them, stacked up 3 lines deep to keep the musket balls flying. And they're hitting the dirt, and bits and pieces of them are flying. Still, they keep on coming. Then they start hitting back, even though they're still a good 50 yards to the palisades. They bring up rocks and start flinging them towards us, fistfuls of gravel flying in through the musket smoke. And they peppering the boys and knocking teeth loose. Men start to yelp when they get hit, and then 12-pounders are firing away too, every couple of minutes. And that tears a big group of them down. But they kept on coming till they was right up at the palisade, and Commander Downs told the front row to start up with their bayonets and blades and tomahawks. I remember how close the bastards came to taking a big old bite out of my neck. Luckily, old Bruce nicked the sonbish with bayonet to the head, and he keeled over. Not long after that, the infected retreated again. Now we got a fresh problem. We got casualties. Men are bit. Men made contact with plague. So now we got to do what we all knew we'd had to do. Get rid of the infected. Commander Downs rides up and he takes a good long look at this one poor lad, arm bleeding from a bite, and he tells him to head out and relight the torches. The boy looked all forlorn, like he knew what was happening, but he weren't about to disobey orders. So out he goes, and as soon as he lights the torch, Downs has one of the men open fire on the poor lad. He dropped like a stone, dead before he hit the ground. That one hurt us all, I think. But we wasn't done, neither. Some of the other men got touched by fever, too, And so me and the rest of the boys backed up and leveled some pistols at him, and we asked Commander Downs, "What do we do with them, sir?" And he says, "You know what we do. We send them away." So at gunpoint, we show the men to the gate. They're begging and they're pleading, but we got no choice. So out they go, and we say we'll fire at them unless they get as far away from town as they can. We all knew what was coming. And sure enough, as soon as they got near the woods, Infected ran out and dragged him in. We all watched till the screaming stopped and the bushes quit their shaking. A few of the men here got sick. Others cried. I just wrote it all down. God above, I hope Mariah is as far from this hell as possible. 27th of April, 1829. We slept in shifts last night, and luckily there weren't any other attempts by the infected to rush the barricades. But we're tired, the lot of us. Damn hell, we're tired. It'd be amazing if any man got a lick of real rest. We was silent, but we stayed up and we listened good to the sound of infected howling out there in the woods. There were thousands of them, sounded like, filling up the whole night sky with the din of their big collective war scream. Lasted for an hour, maybe more. One of the boys nearest me was praying along all night, begging for the good Lord to come down and save us. I asked him to put in a good word for me, too. This morning, some of the wives pitched in with medical aid and a big, hearty breakfast. So we ate well, and Commander Downs allowed us to spend time with our families. Mariah and I took a nice stroll, but I didn't have much to say. By midday, I was back at the Palisades with the other men. By sundown, we were starting to hear the infected getting riled up again, hearing that awful howling. Downs at his sides were riding back and forth, making sure the walls were good and solid, cannons reloaded and manned, and the bell tower watch was keeping his eye out. And this time we got some of the younger boys to run ammo up and down where it's needed. Shooting started. We'll update if possible. God above, God help us. The infected hit us at all sides, all at once. Them cannons were fired like mad, and Commander Downs was telling them, aim for the trees, aim for the trees. So they did. After a few rounds, they managed to dam off the entry points and slow down the horde, but there weren't more than a stopgap. Them infected were running through the musket smoke, howling and screaming for food. Some of them were galloping towards the walls on all fours, and you could see the red of their eyes, like pooling blood. Jim Isley was one of them, and I had to be the poor bastard to put him down for good. I'm sorry, Jim. Truly, I am. But they kept right on coming. The boys were firing wildly and chopping and stabbing and screaming, and them infected were doing the same and trying to mount the Palisades. And then, just when there weren't a lick more we could take, we heard some of the men screaming from down south of us. We wasn't aware we were even threatened there, but sure enough, them infected bastards had broken on through some of the pickets and were trying to break into the windows of the houses. So Commander Downs sent me and 5 other gents to go and put a stop to that. We burst into the houses and stabbed them through the windows and traded shots for rocks over barrels. I got all good and cut up from the exploding glass window, but I ain't been bit. Not yet. So we put a stop to them coming in that way. But when I got back, I explained to Downs real good that they were going to try that again, sooner or later, and we need a good force of men to guard up there. Turns out he'd gotten similar reports from other parts of town, though, and so we'd have to stretch our lines real thin to cover it all up. But we did what we had to, and by God, we held the line all around the town by the skin of our teeth. Some of the men, God above, grown men, they're just crying. They're so damn tired and scared. We all are. But we held the line. By God, we did. Ain't a man here who didn't do his duty. 28th and 29th of April, 1829. Today, the women and children helped us all build a new defense line towards the center of town. Down says that if we get hit again like we did last night, we'd have those new palisades and trenches to fall back on. I worked with Maria today, digging away. She tended to my wounds, too, and we just enjoyed each other's company, and we worked. I even got some shut-eye, some real good shut-eye. If not but for an hour or two. Then it was sundown again. The boys and I ate up a stew the women cooked up, and then we were off to the palisades. Them wooden posts were beaten and worn, too. We knew we couldn't stay for long. And as soon as the howling started from the trees, Commander Downs ordered the 12-pounders to be stripped and rushed to the inner line of defense so they'd be ready if it gets bad. Or when it gets bad, I suppose I'll say. I made sure to kiss Mariah real good tonight, and made her promise to make a good run for it if those church bells rang twice, which now meant the inner line had been breached. She cried and nodded. I wanted to tell her that if she had to run, I'd meet her at Joseph's house in Philadelphia. But all I could bring myself to say aloud was, "You run straight for Joseph's. You hear? Don't you stop. 'Cause Lord, and I'm tearing up just writing this down. I don't know if I'll last the night. Hell, I don't know if anyone here will last the night." We at the inner line of defense now. We ain't been hit that hard since the battle started. Oh, God above. It was a bloody mess. The rush started off with some infected leaping out of them woods and tackling the lamps into the ground. Glass broke and all the dry weeds going aflame. Soon the fire smoke and the musket smoke made it so we couldn't see a damn thing out there. All we could hear were the howling. Must have been 1,000 of them bastards tonight, maybe more. So we'd been shooting for a good while, and hacking and throwing rocks, and then we'd heard the commotion up at the other wall. And boy, we knew it weren't no small thing. There were men screaming, and the shooting altogether stopped up there. So we knew they were done for. And Commander Downs rides up to us and says, "Northwest Palisades breached. Fall back to the inner line. Fall back." And so me and the boys picked up our guns and beat a fighting retreat down the boulevard towards the inner walls. Then them infected started pouring over the palisades, and we knew there weren't no throwing them back. Not this time. So we gets back to the inner palisades and we starts right up again, shooting and firing those 12-pounders. Boy, and them infected are coming at us from every side now, howling the whole way, burning up and getting shot all up, but still running at us. Now we got kids in the camp, and I can hear the little lads and lasses putting up a good cry even over the din of the fight. I thinks, how's it we ain't sent them little ones off to Philadelphia? How's they still here? Maybe it's 'cause Downs thinks their being here will inspire us, fight harder. Anyways, after about a good more hour or two of shooting and stabbing, the horde dwindles a bit, and that's when Briggs sees it. One of them infected mounted up on a dead horse, looking down on the town from atop the wooded hill north of town. We only saw his silhouette and those red eyes peering at us through all the smoke and flame. But he's there, right as rain. Briggs points and we all look, and we gotta catch our breath in our throats. Them infected got themselves a general, from the looks of it. He just sitting up there, watching his plague runners set the town ablaze. Not too long after that, some sunlight comes up with the church tower, then the horde falls back. But we don't know how far. We don't know if they's ran back to the trees, or if they's still inside the town, staying in our houses till dark. Down says we can't spare nobody to go and take a look. So here we stay. Here in the inner palisades by the edge of town, and we waits for nightfall. And that infected up on the horse. 29th of April, 1829. So I got some sleep this afternoon. Not a whole hell of a lot, but a better amount than none. First thing I did when I woke was help count ammo. It was almost clean out, maybe 10 rounds a man. And now we've only got 7 men or so. And them 12-pounders is almost out, too. They only has maybe 12 balls left to shoot between the two of them. And none of the riders had gotten back neither. so we ain't got no reinforcements coming. So Briggs and I, and Peyton and Short, we goes up to Commander Downs and we says, "Sir, we almost out of men and ammo, and we got little ones here, sir, and our wives, and the town's all up in flames, sir. There ain't nothing left for us here, not for a one of us. We should make a run for Philadelphia while we still got daylight." But he says back, "I ain't never left the enemy in command of the battlefield. We stay and we fight." And he rides off. Now, I ain't no mutineer. Lord above knows I done my duty. But I ain't aiming to die for the principle of it. Not when I got my Mariah here and no town left to defend. So I talks to some of the men and women and lay it out for 'em. And I says, "Look here, boys. We ain't lasted another night, and if we do, what'll come of us in the next one? We got to get out while we still can. The road to Philadelphia is still open, and we still got ourselves enough daylight to get out of the woods and to the open road before nightfall." And the majority of 'em nod, and we take a vote. The motion to leave is the clear winner. So we gets our things, and we tells Commander Downs, "We's leaving, sir. There ain't nothing here left for us, and we ain't aiming to die for a pile of rubble." And he gets red in the face and says back, "I'll have the lot of you hanged for treason." And he calls up his boys, about half of the men left with their muskets, and says, "You lot arrest them mutineers, you hear?" So they advance, and we level our muskets to repel them back. But before any shots are fired, one of the women in the church points down the road heading off to the southeast, and she says, "Look, one of them scouts is riding in." So we all turns and looks, and sure enough, old David Benjamin's pulling up into town, and he looks like hell itself. He says, "Water, water." And so we gives him a canteen, and then he says, "I was coming up with a column of state militia from the Midlands. All's the help I can muster up. But them infected, they're everywhere. All over the roads, out in force. I swears they was lying in wait for the lot of us, like an ambush. And they leapt down on the main road and just tore into the poor lads. They didn't even have a chance. I'm the only man who made it back. I needs to tell y'all that the road to Philadelphia is blocked." So now the whole damn town's in a panic. We surrounded by the plague, and there ain't no way out. And not a minute ago, while I was writing this here entry, someone points up to the hill north of town, and they says, "There's the horseman." And we all look, and there he is, that plague rider, eyeing the town with that wicked red stare of his, and that of his horse. And we sees he's got a whole wretched host of other infected riders. And then they started moving right on down the mountain towards us. Then the howling starts. And just now, the church bells started to ring. I know it in my bones I ain't surviving this night. They coming at us from all sides now. And I'm holding Mariah tight. And she's crying, too. And all we can hear are the wails of the little ones from the church. And the shouts of the boys as they run up to the palisade with their guns. And the wheeling forward of the cannon. So I gave Mariah a kiss. And I'm leaving this here diary in her possession. I love you, darling. I love you, and I hope you know that. 29th of April, 1829. Paul has gone off to the Palisades. He's scared. I am too. We all are. But we've got to be strong for the children here in the back of the church. The other women and I have tended to the lot of them since the men fell back to the inner line of defense, which I helped build, and at least half of them have the fever. Of that, I'm now sure. But it no longer matters, does it? They won't live to see themselves be taken by it, and perhaps that's a merciful thing. The shooting has started. The boys are throwing in everything they've got. God bless the lot of them. But I can tell it's not enough. We've but an hour left, maybe less, before the infected make it to the church. The children here have cried themselves empty, and now they're huddled around myself and the other women and clutching our dresses and burying their faces in our laps. I'm as afraid as any of them, but I can't let them see that. I can't.
The church bells are ringing again, and the men just outside, the 30 or so of them left. I've no idea if Paul is among them. They sound exhausted and panicked. The cannons have long since stopped firing, likely having expended their ammunition. Only periodically do I hear a musket blast. Paul was explaining earlier that they'd nearly run out of bullets last night. I can't imagine they found many more. I hear galloping now, coming up from the west. It's not the state militia. It's the plague rider. I can hear him. I know it's him. I know it. He commands these beasts. He grunts and shouts, and they listen. They're only a few yards from the church doors. We've hidden the children in the very furthest corner and covered them up with whatever we could find. We told them to stay quiet at all costs. But some of them are infants. They'll cry for their mothers, and when they do, the whole lot of them will be found. It's been several minutes since I heard musket fire, and the last of the shouts from our boys have long since ceased. All I can hear now is the howling, and some of the women in here saying how we should use the pews to barricade the door. But it's hopeless. We all know it's hopeless. All we can do now is be strong for the children. But how can I? My home is burnt. My Paul is gone. All our boys are gone. How can I be strong when my strength is gone? The infected have begun hammering away at the church doors and windows. We are surrounded in here. Good Lord, give me strength. Please, Father, give me strength. Just for a little while longer. Just for a little.
This diary was found buried in the rubble of an old church in the center of Andersonsburg, cradled by a long rotted corpse that appeared to have suffered severe blunt trauma wounds along the length of the spine and around the skull. There are multiple other skeletons strewn about the floor of the place, all but one of which appeared to have suffered similarly. The other one, an infant's corpse, and one well hidden in the corner, appeared to never have suffered a wound at all. It looks instead to have perished of starvation, likely some days after the events described here. Outside the church, of course, is the town itself. It is currently being picked clean by my colleagues and other members of the university, all for research purposes, of course, although I fear black market scavengers will descend like vultures upon the place once word of its existence spreads, and it is in a spectacular state of ruin, mostly from what appears to be fire damage. As of this document, I am the only person who knows of the existence of this diary. Anyway, hell, I'll update this later. At the moment, I'm being called over to help with one of the interns who's apparently collapsed and begun to convulse. They're probably just dehydrated. Mama always said breakfast was the most important meal of the day. Even when she got sick, she made sure we had a good breakfast and something different every day. We'd wake up on weekends to the smell of bacon or maybe sweet rolls in the oven. Even during the week, Mama always made sure we at least had a bowl of cereal or oatmeal before school. We always had 4 to 5 kinds of cereal, so we could always have variation. Mama loved breakfast. Today, I poured Joel and I some Cheerios into our bowls. We had that yesterday, and I wanted oatmeal or eggs, but we were out. We were out of almost everything except a couple cans of soup and a couple boxes of cereal. We had cereal all day yesterday because the only soup left was split pea and some tomato, which we both hated. After we ate, it was Joel's turn for the dishes. We went to bed so early yesterday, we slept a long time, and it was still dark this morning. We tried to watch TV, but even though the power was on today, all that was on every channel was the repeating warnings about staying inside and avoiding other people so you didn't get infected. Sometimes that doctor guy would come on and explain that it was a virus and there was no medicine for it yet, but they were working on it. Dad said he would be back early morning today with more food and some tools for digging, I double-checked and made sure he had circled today, Tuesday, on the calendar. I had crossed out Sunday, the night he left, and Monday, yesterday, before I went to bed, to make sure I wouldn't forget. We had to get Mama in the grounds today. The basement was starting to smell. So Joel and I went out to see what we could find as soon as it started getting light. Dad said it was okay to borrow stuff now from people because if they were too sick to try to stop us, they weren't going to need the stuff anyway. We went down to Mr. King's house by the state road. Him and his wife would always let us have eggs from his chickens, and sometimes Dad or myself would mow his lawn. I figure he wouldn't mind taking a few eggs now especially, and maybe even some of the corn he grew. Mr. King's yard was quiet. We couldn't even hear the chickens, but we could see him walking back and forth with a bucket to the henhouse. He didn't look so good. Was walking real slow, and he was all dirty. He didn't even look up at us as we walked up. He was making the same pattern over and over. He would start from his favorite perch on the top stair of his porch, legs dangling down the stairs. After a few seconds, he would stand up, walk to the henhouse and fill the bucket. Walk to the coop and dump the bucket into the trough, walk back and put the bucket back, and then sit back down on the step. By the time we got close, we saw him do it 6 or 7 times. He must have been doing it for a while because the whole area was thick with mud. His dog, Ty, was drinking out of the trough, and he looked full and healthy. I told Joel, I guess I knew where the chickens went. Up close, I could see he was sick like Mom had been. Thin, because he had forgotten to eat, tired like Mom, because he had started doing something and never remembered to stop. He wouldn't stop until he died, now. I looked at Joel, and he was staring at Miss King on her porch. She had half fallen out of her chair. It looks like she was knitting a blanket when she started forgetting. Part of her arm was red and bloody. Joel threw up and said it wasn't the chickens keeping the dog fat. I yelled at Mr. King to stop and help his wife. He didn't look up at me. Ty growled, though. Ty never growled at people. Mr. King said strangers could come in and steal the TV, and Ty would be happy to see them and sad to see them leave. Joel and I decided to go. Around the corner of the state road, there were a couple more houses. Our little road was all gravel, and it's kind of hard to see if you didn't know it was there. So people usually left us alone. On the big road, though, you could see all the houses were standing open. Dad said people had looted, even all the way out here, because they panicked when the president came on TV the 3rd time. The first time the president came on, he said the virus was kind of like that old-timer's disease, where you would start to forget things, and then, when it got worse, you would only want to do one thing. He said scientists didn't know where it started, but were working on a cure. The second time he came on and said that it was important to keep calm and to try to limit contact with other people so it didn't spread. That's when the news started showing the first riots and stuff. The last time he came on, he said something about America being great, the scientists were still working on it, and God have mercy on our souls. Then they stopped showing anything on TV except the warnings. The big house closest to the corner was where the richest family in town lived. They had to be rich, because they had 3 cars that all worked just fine, and they owned the gas station and were the only people that really owned anything in town besides their own house. They were the first to leave in their big truck when the president made his announcement. The dad stopped by all the houses and told everyone if they were smart, they would go too. They had twins in the grade behind me, so I was kind of sad to see them go and hoped they would be back. And now I didn't think they would. They had just left everything and gone. Dad had stopped there to borrow one of their chairs when he left for tools and food, because our car didn't work most of the time anyway. They still had a car left in the driveway. Joel said we should borrow it and try to drive to Uncle Gary's. I told him I'm 11 and he's younger than me, and we can't drive anywhere except on video games. He said it would be like a video game if we crashed a little, no one would care, and there was no one out on the roads now anyway. But he didn't want to go into the house and try to find the keys, though. Their house looked big and empty and just wrong. I wasn't going in there. Maybe tomorrow, though. If Dad wasn't back, we would have to. The only store in town was the gas station, and we knew from looking the day Dad left that nothing was in there. Looters had taken all the pop and canned goods. Some genius even left the fridge open, so the milk and stuff was all way beyond bad. The couple cans of soup we did have at home were scrounged from the back in some otherwise empty boxes. A split pea and tomato were starting to sound not so bad after all. I wondered what they would taste like mixed together. We tried the phone behind the counter again. There was still a dial tone, but no matter what number we called, no one ever answered. We tried Uncle Gary and Grandma. We tried picking numbers out of the phone book, making up numbers, and even calling 911. No one ever answered anymore, except for maybe an answering machine. We didn't know what else to do. Outside, we started hearing clicking and a scraping that sounded kind of soft and kind of far off. We peeked out of the window and saw someone hiking. He was walking really slow and with a big limp. He had one of those fancy backpacks and a walking stick, just walking down the middle of the road. It looked like he had twisted his ankle and it was all bent, and he was walking with a big, uneven limp. The bottom of his foot wasn't even touching the ground. He was walking on his ankle and it was ground down and bloody looking, but he kept walking like it didn't hurt, like he had forgotten how to hurt or how to stop walking. We hid and watched him go by. He didn't even look right or left, just kept walking. We didn't move until he was too far away to see anymore. It was getting definitely past noon by now, and Dad still hadn't come back. We were scared, but didn't want to admit to each other that we knew something was wrong. Maybe Dad started forgetting and just kept driving. Maybe looters took his car. Maybe something else bad happened. We didn't say anything. We just ran back home and locked the doors. It was early, but maybe if we went to sleep now, we would wake up tomorrow and Dad would be home. Mama always said breakfast was the most important meal of the day. Even when she got sick, she made sure we had a good breakfast and something different every day. We'd wake up on weekends to the smell of bacon or maybe sweet rolls in the oven. Even during the week, Mama always made sure we at least had a bowl of cereal or oatmeal before school. We always had 4 or 5 kinds of cereal, so we could always have variation. Mama loved breakfast. Today, I poured me and Joel some Cheerios in our bowls. We had that yesterday, and I wanted oatmeal or eggs, but we were out. We were out of almost everything except a couple cans of soup and a couple boxes of cereal. We had cereal all day yesterday because the only soup left was split pea and some tomato, which we both hated. After we ate, it was Joel's turn for the dishes. We went to bed so early yesterday, we slept a long time, and it was still dark this morning. We tried to watch TV, but even though the power was on today, all that was on every channel was the repeating warning about staying inside and avoiding other people so you don't get infected. Sometimes that doctor guy would come on and explain that it was a virus and there was no medicine for it yet, but they were working on it. We had to get Mama in the grounds today. The basement was starting to smell pretty bad. Dad said he would be back early today with more food and some tools for digging. I double-checked and he had circled today, Tuesday, on the calendar. I had crossed out Sunday the night he left and Monday yesterday before I went to bed to make sure I wouldn't forget.
There used to be a small YouTube channel called Sam's Online Food Review. It was run by my best friend, Sam Ryder. A channel full of videos that consisted of Sam eating and reviewing food and drink before a camera. His channel garnered around 10,000 subscribers, which, although wasn't huge, it was big enough for Sam to be dedicated to it. I can recall numerous times of sitting in the passenger seat of his car, staying out of his shot, as moments prior he announced he wanted to video himself trying something he picked up in the store, only moving after he signed off with his signature thumbs up or down and his catchphrase, "I like it," or "I loathe it." He was liked for his friendly attitude and happy all-around good guy persona. He was well received by his audience. Rarely were there any hate comments, and when there were, Sam would shrug them off and keep smiling. Sam's online food review went dark 7 months ago. No warning, no notice, just deactivated. I didn't hear or see from Sam despite numerous phone calls and house visits to no avail. 6 days after his channel was deleted, I called the police to do a welfare check on Sam. I was worried he had fallen ill or hurt himself. The police made entry into his property and found nothing, and Sam was declared a missing person. A week after Sam was declared missing, a dog walker discovered a horrifically mutilated corpse on a railway line. The body had severe lacerations all around the head, arms, chest, and legs, and was almost cut in two across the waist. The decomposing internal organs splayed out of the gruesome V-shaped cut. The autopsy report noted that although no direct cause of death could be confirmed, it was likely the large slit in the throat that brought on death. The autopsy also turned up questionable findings, including the body missing its stomach and heart. Long strips of flesh removed off the chest, arms, and lower back, and that the body was exsanguinated. The scene wasn't remarkably bloody, yet the body was almost completely drained of blood. 2 weeks later, the police had identified the deceased. Despite the damage that had occurred to the corpse, the teeth were intact enough to get a viable reference for dental records, and my worst fears for Sam were realized. It was him. The police investigated, but could not find forensic evidence of any other person being on the scene. They eventually came to the conclusion that he was hit by a passing freight train, the lacerations and disembowelment attributed to being dragged under, and the missing organs explained away as being eaten by wildlife. A fox, maybe. Sam's mother decided it was best to cremate what remained of her only son. I stood next to her as the coffin was pulled into the large furnace. As the doors closed and the gas jets ignited, she broke down into tears, and so did I. I stood there sobbing for the entire 90 minutes it took for one of the people I grew up with and shared so many memories with was vaporized. I mourned my friend and did my best to move on, and it was going well. I got distracted, I got a new job, I started dating a girl I met through my work. A few months passed, and even though I missed Sam, things were going well. Right up to the point when I was browsing Reddit at 3 a.m. that I received a Facebook message from the account of my dead friend. I froze, seeing his profile picture in the messenger bubble. A picture taken during good times, Sam's wide smile plastered on his face. I felt a sudden chill. A profound sense of fear enveloped me. You know, the fear that makes you cold and your limbs ache as the slow drip of adrenaline spreads throughout your body. With dread, I opened the message. It was a link to a file-sharing website. I stared at the seemingly random amalgamation of numbers and letters that made up the URL, my heart racing through what the hell was on the other side of the link. My head racing through what the hell was on the other side of the link, and, more importantly, why did my dead friend send me it? My hand seemingly on autopilot brought the cursor above the link. With my gut instinct screaming no, I clicked on the link. Before my finger had lifted from the click, I immediately regretted what I just did. Chrome opened a new tab to the website. The screen was gray, apart from a black rectangle in the middle of the page which had a play button over it. I stared at it, unwilling to click. What I was scared of, I did not know. Around 10 seconds had passed, then the screen refreshed. Instead of the play button, the rectangle had the words auto-playing in 5 seconds in bright white on it. I watched as the numbers counted down, trying to understand what was going on. An abrupt buzzing tone made me jump. The video began to play. The camera was pointed at what appeared to be a grimy, white-tiled surface. I could hear the sound of muffled whimpering followed by footsteps of someone approaching the camera. There was some slight rustling noise as the camera was adjusted. The screen blurred out as the camera was turned. When the camera came back into focus, I let out a choking gasp. In the middle of a white-tiled room, Sam lay on his back on a stainless steel table, his eyes wide in pure, unfiltered terror. The light of a single bulb hanging over the table reflected off the sheen of sweat that coated his forehead, his naked chest rising and falling rapidly in panic. He looked into the camera and attempted to yell, the noise muffled by a tight cloth gag that was bound around his head. His hands were also bound together tightly with duct tape. I stared at the screen, feeling increasingly sick, my brain failing to grasp what was going on. Before I could even comprehend what was happening, the sound of Sam's squirming and whimpering was interrupted by a high-pitched, "Welcome to Sam's online food review. Today we have a special treat." The mocking tone came from behind the camera. Sam's panic increased. He started jerking his body, trying to free his hands. The voice continued. "Today we will try what is considered a delicacy in many countries, although usually a forbidden one, that is." The camera zoomed out slightly, and a man appeared in frame, standing in front of Sam. He was dressed in a white coat with a red striped apron on it. He wore a butcher's hat and a cloth face mask. In his rubber-gloved hands, he held a large, red-handled butcher's scimitar, and in the other he held a sharpening rod. The man started running the knife up and down the blade in a smooth fashion, the steel on steel making a smooth, shinking noise. Sam's panicked, muffled yells growing stronger. The man placed down the sharpening rod and walked around the table. Sam turned his head and started what sounded like desperate pleading with the man. "Poor little lamb," the man cooed. "It won't hurt long, and you'll be delicious." Even from here, I could see that tears filled my friend's eyes. As he struggled, the man rolled Sam onto his front and pulled his head over the edge of the table. The man then walked out of shot and returned with a metal bucket. He placed it on the floor below Sam's head. In a swift motion, he grabbed a tuft of Sam's hair and lifted his head and started slitting his throat. Crimson burst from his neck and splashed over the bucket and onto the floor. My friend's body jerked uncontrollably as blood spewed out of his neck like a volcanic eruption. As I watched this happen, I threw up. I fell out of my chair in horror. I pulled myself away, not able to see any more. I fell again by the door, the speakers of my computer loud enough to hear what sounded like slicing and grunting. I lay curled up in the corner, sobbing amidst a panic attack, the minutes feeling like hours. When the sound stopped, I shakily got up and walked to my computer. Avoiding the pool of sick on the floor, I forced myself to look at the screen. The page had closed, and Chrome displayed the Reddit screen. The Facebook tab had one notification. I didn't want to click it, but I willed myself to. It was a message from Sam. "I like it." We'd been hiking all day to get to our destination, a quirky little shop in the middle of the woods. We relied on the GPS on our phones more than the non-existent trails that were supposed to guide us. It had a few reviews online, all favorable and bragging about the odds and ends that Marnie's mixtures and medicines for macabre maladies kept in stock. It really was pitched to us as a novelty, a little anomaly of a store deep in the woods near our popular honeymoon destination. Eventually, we found it. It was much larger than I expected a cabin in the woods to be. It was just like the reviews. Big, rough-cut logs forming the walls, huge trees growing right up to the walls, twisting and bending around it. We pushed the heavy door with a sign that read, "Open, welcome, open." First, we were greeted by a small gray dog's barking. Then we surveyed the place. Tables covered in glass bottles filled with mysterious colored and non-colored fluids. Shelves of glass jars with metal lids and yellow paper labels taped to them. Small stacking bins filled with stones and crystals. Wire-wrapped stones and crystals hung from a branch, shaped and willed into a necklace display. It was a wonderland of oddities and curiosity. Buried behind a corner made from a cross-section of tree was Marnie. She was peppy and looked young, but had an air of a grandma about her. A big white smile appeared when she spotted us, stretching a strange maroon V-shaped scar that rested across her cheek and lips.
"What's good, kids?" she called out across the empty shop. Hi, how are you?" I answered, my fiancé giving her a little side-eye from the unexpected jargon. "Deadass, I've been for customers all day," she said, dripping with cheer. We approached the counter. There was a large space between her with all kinds of planters and old-school lab equipment. Burners, stir plates, small black cauldrons. The dog was sitting on the counter next to her enjoying a head scratch. She nosed at my fiancé, who petted her back instinctively.
"You looking for anything in particular? Any ailments cramping your style?"
She looked us both over, scratching her chin.
"You look young and healthy."
She stuck her tongue out of the corner of her mouth, furrowing her brow before popping up excitedly.
"Limp dick? No. Do you sweater puppies need to be sweater dogs?"
No, we replied in unison.
Marnie didn't believe us.
"What drags you out to browse my wares, then?" she asked, peering over her glasses at us.
"People don't just drag themselves out here for nothing. We just thought it sounded like a fun story to have for our first vacation,"
Jen said, with a shrug of her broad shoulders.
"All right," Marnie said with a shrug. "Suit yourselves. But if you think of something, I am a problem solver."
I browsed the old hinge-lid jars. Dried herbs, spider legs broken down by species, eyes of various animals, which honestly looked more like raisins than anything else at this point. It was almost like someone took every kid's story, TV show, and witch trope for ingredients and shoved them in jars. Jen pursued the liquid-filled bottles. Glass bottles of every shape and size lined the table. The contents varied from thin as smoke to thick as syrup, with every color imaginable filling them and held inside by a cork. Thin sewed cords wrapped around the neck of each bottle and held small paper tags with a few letters scrawled on them. Jen spotted one with her initials and one with mine and decided they would be good souvenirs. She also found a black chest filled with fake bones. In the middle was a little compartment with tea. I helped her get the items on the counter. Marnie looked over our selections and shook her head. "No, the tea's not for you. It's very rare, and must be sold only to one who can use it."
"What about the drinks?"
Jen asked innocently.
"More than drinks, dear,"
Marnie corrected gently.
"My titillating tonics shall ail what fails you."
What do the letters on the bottom mean?" I asked curiously.
"Deadass, I can't even remember,"
she said with a small inflection of disappointment. We shrugged it off and bought them anyway.
"Hey, be careful, yo,"
she called after us.
"Holler at your girl for any of your spectral needs."
The rest of our honeymoon was as planned. Lovely sightseeing, food, and plenty of bumping uglies. We shelved our souvenirs from Mari's and cabinets and forgot about them. Then our anniversary rolled around. Money was tight, as I'd been chronically ill since a few months after our wedding, but we still wanted to celebrate.
"Let's try the tonics," I'd suggested. "Those have been sitting there for like a year,"
Jen scalded, disgusted with the prospect. "I'll try mine, and if I don't get sick, we can drink them together," I suggested. Jen reluctantly agreed. I took a sip from my bottle and returned the bottle to the cabinet. Over the next few hours, I predictably started to feel different. But the next morning, I realized what it was. My fatigue had started to melt away. The chronic diarrhea and upset stomachs had faded to be almost non-existent. My temperature was almost normal. The next day, I was almost normal.
"Jen!"
I shook her awake.
"I think there might have been something to those tonics from Marnie."
She wiped the sleep from her eyes.
"Are you sure you aren't delirious with food poisoning?"
No, I feel great. Not even a fever." She took a gulp of hers, and we waited. We weren't sure what ailed her. She was healthy and pretty happy. Then, I noticed my foot had started to fade away. A loud click followed by a soft purr indicated that the engine was on.
I raised my gaze and confirmed that we were ready to go, kissed my girlfriend goodbye, and crossed the street towards the bus. Love you. I'll be back at 4 a.m. Did you make sure you have your keys on you? I don't want you waking up the roommates again. I shook my jacket so that she could hear the keys tingling and gave her a smile. The engine roared louder, indicating that the driver was getting impatient, and I entered the bus with a hop. I walked straight to the back and stared through the window. I saw her get on her bike and make her way back to Alfara. We drove away from the deserted, dusty parking lot. This was to be our last scheduled practice. We were being driven to a chicken slaughterhouse as part of our food inspection module. The bus was loud with the voices of the other students. We had just come back from a 2-month-long practicing period that veterinary students in my faculty take at external institutions of their preference during their 5th year. We hadn't even seen each other in a long time, and we had a lot to tell. "Hey, man," said a voice coming from the front of the bus. "I heard you went to that cool aquatic park. Did you get to have close contact with any of the animals?" The student stood and made his way to the back seat with me. "Yep, it's the largest oceanarium in Europe," I uttered. "And no, we didn't get that much contact with them. Most of our work was down in the lab. I did assist with a sea lion surgery, though." The other pupil gave me an approving pat on the back and continued. "Well, I've become a master of dog neutering, so..." He made a dramatic pause, and giving me his best Corleone impression, he added, "I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse. I'll spare your dog for free. You'll get tickets for me and my girl, the oceanarium of yours, eh?" We both laughed and then proceeded to complain about how unlucky it was that we were going to spend our last practice as veterinary students locked up in a chicken slaughterhouse. On top of that, chickens are to be slaughtered during the night so that the different meats can be ready to sell the next morning. After a while chatting, my friend decided to go back to his seats to nap it off. We had a long ride ahead of us. The radio was on, barely perceptible under the sound of the engine. I listened carefully and cringed at the violence of the popularist, nationalist rhetoric that our newest political party was spouting. To my dismay, I noticed some of my fellow students in the front seats nodding approvingly. I searched my pockets, looking for my phone, and unrolled my earphones. Soon enough, my favorite podcast started playing, and I forgot about the radio. I braced myself and proceeded to rest my head against the window. A clicking sound filled my ears. I opened my eyes wide. I had probably fallen asleep. The podcast had finished a long time ago, and everyone else seemed to be asleep. The bus was in silence. I unplugged my headphones and listened carefully. And click, there it is again. A click, there it is again. Loud and clear. I rubbed my eyes with my fists and looked around, trying to locate the source of the sound. Was there something wrong with the bus? Was it coming from outside? I stared out the window, scanning the dark fields surrounding us. It was pitch black outside, even though the moon was supposed to be full. I assumed it must have been an especially cloudy night. After staring for a while, I started noticing weird glowing spots. They seemed to hold a soft, nearly imperceptible greenish glow. They were in pairs. Were those eyes? It was louder this time, and spooked the living hell out of me. What was that? A loud zoom echoed, indicating that we had just entered a long tunnel. The lights were placed at long intervals and illuminated the inside of the vehicle intermittently. I saw that the driver was no longer sitting on his place. He was standing curved over one of my sleeping peers. I freaked out.
"Get back to the wheel.
I tried to shout.
You're going to get us killed."
But no sound came out. I tried to move, go shake him, take the wheel, anything. But I couldn't move a single muscle. I was pinned to my seat. This time I knew where it was coming from. The bus driver, still hunching over the front seats, contorted violently whilst making that loud clicking sound. He rose with a violent move, standing in a very straight and unnatural position, and turned his head towards me. The bus was left in the dark for a few seconds. I believe I perceived him advancing at an extreme speed, using all his limbs in a spider-like fashion. When the lights of the tunnel made it possible to see again, he He was standing directly in front of me. The most disgusting smile I had ever seen splattered across his face. That face, it was all wrong. A mouth impossibly wide, no nose, greenish eyes with no pupils and no irises, and a sickening yellow-orange glow across his skin. The thing rose one of its fingers up to its mouth and made a hush gesture. I saw its mouth bend and project until it looked like a trumpet, rows of needle-like teeth pointing outside. Without breaking its visual contact, it bent over the person right in front of me and stuck that monstrous appendix on his temple, making loud, clicking sounds as it fed. Was it laughing? I think that's about when I passed out. Next thing I know, I'm getting down from the bus, visibly in shock. Everyone is acting normal. Apparently, we are already back from the farm. I turned back to look at the bus driver, and he winks at me whilst closing the door. At that point, he looks normal again, but I'm pretty sure of what I've seen. I walked robotically all the way back to my house, visibly confused, and got in bed. The next day, I woke up, still feeling numb from the previous night. At this point, it felt more like a very vivid dream, and I really wasn't going to try and talk about it with anyone. My girlfriend had already left the apartment, and I was thankful for that. I didn't feel like I could talk to her right now. I took a good long shower, walked the dog, ate some breakfast, and turned on the TV. At that moment, I received a notification on my phone. It was from El País, our main journal, and talked about the upcoming electoral debate. I stared at my phone in horror. There were very visible marks in the temples of some of the candidates. I stared at the TV, and as the images passed by, I recognized those very same marks in our politicians, football hooligans, religious extremists. I turned off the news. It was too much to bear. I felt sick to my stomach. This was about 2 weeks ago. I've seen the same marks in hundreds of people since. I seem to be the only one noticing them. Some of these people have begun changing, too. Features distorted, orangish skin, glowing eyes. At night, I can still hear the clicking laughs. They get closer and closer. Yesterday, they came all the way to my room. They stopped at the door and just stared at us sleep. My disgust and fear for them has started to become pure hate. And that's how I know sooner or later they're going to get me, too. Tonight, I've decided to put an end to it. That's why I'm writing all of this down. I want you guys to understand why I did it. As I finish writing these words, I can start hearing them clicking down the hallway. But I know they won't get me. There's no more insulin on my pen, and I'm already starting to feel dizzy. I'll be gone by the time they get here. I'm a musician, and since the start of the pandemic, I've been holing up in my basement studio to record on most days. I make my coffee in the morning and head downstairs, plug in my guitar, and see what happens. Sometimes I work on a song, but more often than not, I improvise and listen back to what I played later to see if there is any usable material. A few days ago, I had a vivid dream about playing guitar. Now, this isn't unusual for me. I spend so much time in the waking world doing this that it often creeps into my dream life. The thing that was markedly different, however, was that I was using a guitar pedal I don't actually have. Typically, if I dream about playing music, it's focused around the actual experience of playing rather than setting up my gear. However, I woke up to the clearest memory of this dream pedal. The guitar pedal was pitch black with silver letters that read Ancient Perfume across the top. It had one switch and one dial. The switch moved between two settings, day and night. The dial started out set to 0, but you had the option to move it to the level to BC or to the right to AD. And there were some notches that corresponded to the way BC and AD years span out from point 0. In the dream, I was messing with the pedal. I had it on the day setting, and maybe about halfway up the AD side of the dial. It created a beautiful sound, awash with reverb. I only struck a few notes, but they rang out so gloriously that I woke up with goosebumps all over my arms and legs. My friend Ryan builds custom guitar pedals, so I told him about the dream during a Zoom call. He laughed and said it would be no big deal to create something like that. It seemed like a fun concept to have a pedal that I had dreamed in my studio. I offered him some musical equipment as a trade, and he said he'd get to work. A month or so later, Ryan left the finished guitar pedal in a box on my front steps. I collected it and took it down to the basement immediately. It was black with silver lettering, but obviously looked a little different than the one in my dream. Ryan had done a great job with it. I was floored that he had been able to pull this off. He told me he had programmed the pedal so that the day setting had a brighter, clearer tone, while the night setting had a muddier, reverb-soaked sound. The further you went back to BC, the more distant things would be, almost like you were listening to music played through the floorboards of a room filled with water. If you moved the dial to AD, the sound would become louder, more soaring. The notes would ring out like I told them they had in my dream. I fiddled with it for a couple of hours, trying out all the different settings. I recorded my session as I always do. I don't end up using most of the material, but I've gotten into the habit of archiving everything just in case. It's easier to do that than stop what I'm doing in the middle of a groove to set up all my recording equipment. A couple days later, I got around to listening back to the recording. I was cleaning up the basement studio, absent-mindedly letting the file play on my headphones as I dusted and organized. All was pretty normal when I was using the day setting. Both BC and AD had their own unique sounds that developed more the further I rotated the dial. I made a mental note of which combinations would work for different projects later on. Things started to get weird when I heard myself switch over to the night setting. I had begun the night improvisation setting on the 0 AD mark in the middle, just to establish the different sounds. I nearly dropped the dusting rag I was clutching when I listened to it. There was the sound of a crowd in the background. It was clear as day. Some cheering, some screaming, and even what sounded like booing or heckling that would rise up every so often and then dissolve back into screams. I paused it, wondering if I had somehow recorded over another track. Maybe one of my old live recordings had ended up in the GarageBand file. I double-checked, but there was no clear reason why this would be happening. Especially because the first 20 minutes of my recording session was completely clear. I built my own studio to be soundproof, so there was no way that it was coming from outside or any other part of the house. The noise was pretty unbearable. I listened on and the crowd noise eventually went away, but not until I turned the dial back to the next notch in the BC direction. At first, everything sounded great. It was a different sound than the day, with a little more edge to it. I could see it being a perfect setting for when I played with my band, once we're able to do that again. Only a minute or so in, I began to hear voices again. This time, it was less of a crowd and more like a group of people chanting. I stopped cleaning and sat down at my computer. I messed with the audio settings to try to scoop out whatever frequency was causing this anomaly, but it wouldn't go. The sound of my playing was impacted by my edits, but the chanting stayed the same regardless. I could almost hear what they were saying, and it did not sound like it was English. I wondered then if maybe my amplifier was picking up some radio signal. It's an old tube amp, and will occasionally have some audio issues like that. I set up my guitar with the ancient perfume pedal to plug directly into the board. I was a little bummed that I would likely have to part with my amp while Ryan worked on it, but figured this would solve whatever issue was causing these voices to show up in the background. I recorded using the night setting on all the various notches of the BC and AD dial so I could accurately test their sound. I didn't get a chance to listen back to the new recording until the next day. I was baffled by what I was hearing. The crowd noise was still there at first. When I clicked the dial back one notch in the BC direction, it changed over to chanting. It wasn't immediate. For a moment, when I'd start playing on any setting, everything sounded great. And then the noise would start up. I listened on. As the BC dial was turned further back, the chanting turned into talking. I did my best to isolate the sound and could clearly hear people having a conversation. It was not in any language I recognized, and I've toured all over the world. This went on until the next click in the BC direction. The voices went away and were replaced with singing. It was a female-sounding voice, and it seemed to perfectly harmonize with what I was playing. Was it some kind of weird overtone? I knew I needed to call Ryan and fill him in. On the next click to the left, the singing ended, and for a minute I wondered if I had found the sweet spot. My guitar sounded great, and I was happy with the audio quality. But then I started to hear animal noises. It was like a rainforest field recording or something like that. There were birds shrieking and what sounded like monkeys screaming, something roaring in the distance, all while I noodled around on the guitar. It seemed to tell a story. I could hear the animals, and then they sounded like they were becoming afraid. The shrieks became like warnings, the roars were bellows. A sound so loud came that I cried out and ripped the headphones off. They were vibrating on my desk, buzzing from the weight of the impact. My ears still ringing, I brought the volume of the project way down and tentatively put the headphones back on once I was sure the noise was gone. What was strange is that I was monitoring the audio wave on the computer, and there was no indication of any spike in sound, let alone something so catastrophically noisy. There were 2 more clicks to the left in the BC direction on my recording, and the first one brought relative silence with something that sounded like wind or a storm going on outside. It was actually kind of a cool effect, and I wondered if I could do some kind of meditation-type track with it. The notch farthest to the left brought relative silence behind my recording, but the silence eventually gave way to a strange frequency. It made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was unchanging, a single note. I found my little studio keyboard and quickly discovered it was an E. The piece I had been playing didn't even have an E in the scale. The AD recordings were less nuanced from notch to notch. They all had the sound of chatter in them. The further I turned the dial to the right, the louder the chatter got. Eventually, one turn from the end, it was deafening. It sounded like 1,000 people talking at once. I could barely hear my recording. This was ridiculous. I heard myself switch the dial to the last setting, the furthest rotation to the right in the AD direction, but the recording was just blank. I couldn't hear my guitar, and there was no other noise either. Just total silence that lasted until the end of the audio file. I'm going to get in touch with Ryan to let him know what's going on with the pedal. I can't seem to figure it out. It's kind of a cool quirk, but I'm interested to know what the mechanics are. Update. I sent Ryan the recordings and he just called me back. He has no idea why the pedal is producing those sounds. He said the inner mechanism is very simple. It's just a reverb unit. There is nothing that should be causing voices to emit or tones of any kind. He asked me about 100 questions about my audio setup, which he has seen many times before, and then settled on his diagnosis that I'm fucking with him. He laughed a little about it and said it was a good joke, that I must have talked to his wife, Cindy. Cindy is a history teacher, and we've all known each other for years, but I assured him that no, I hadn't spoken with Cindy in weeks. He got kind of quiet, and I pressed him to know what he meant. He told me when he was building the pedal, Cindy was there, talking to him. She was amused by the pedal's BC and AD functions, and went on to point out the different notches to deliver a history lesson to Ryan. I wanted more information, and he said he'd have Sydney call me when she got home. Update number 2. I just got off the phone with Cindy. She hasn't heard the recordings yet, so she didn't quite understand Ryan's request, but happily obliged when she realized she'd get to talk about history. She told me that she had briefly chatted with Ryan about the different periods of both ancient and pre-human history while he was making the pedal, going on about the Precambrian era, development of life on Earth, the time when animals like the dinosaurs ruled supreme before the great meteor came, evolution of human life, and a gradual development of language, song, and community. She said that 0 AD was the start of modern history and was marked by the life and public death of Christ. Since 0 AD, human civilization had gone through numerous eras, but modern life has been more about exponential growth rather than any sort of geological epoch. I said that it was funny, how when she talked about it that I almost wondered if I was hearing dinosaurs screaming and not birds and monkeys. She laughed and said I had a big imagination. Update number 3. I've played with all the many sounds of the ancient perfume petal again. I've spent some more time in each of the epochs. I played in 0 AD night for an hour, and when I listened back, the crowd noise eventually reached a crescendo. People were screaming and jeering, and then it turned into crying. The crying gave way to silence. Near the end of my recording, I heard what sounded like a small group of overjoyed people chanting and cheering tearfully. It reminded me of the movies I've seen about the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus. Update number 4. I've played all day today, a couple hours in each of the epochs. If you spend enough time on the first notch of BC, the people chanting eventually changes over time into someone giving a speech. I was able to isolate the voice and transcribe some of it. The language is not anything that Google Translate can recognize. One tick over, there was the quiet conversation. It seems to pan from left to right, like the people were moving around. Some people made sounds that were rudimentary, more like grunts or sighs than any kind of diction. Their verbalizations panned around my headphones. Sometimes there was nothing, and then a new group of people would show up and then pan through as if they were all passing by me, never stopping, never staying in one place. Another rotation to the left on BC, and we were back to the beautiful female voice. It was more sophisticated than the previous sounds. She harmonized with everything I played. Her voice drifted over my guitar and filled in the empty spaces, soft and warm as velvet. Who was she? Why was she here? Between the migrating voices and the shrieks of an ancient jungle. I clicked to the left and we were back with the animals. They were not like dinosaurs I had heard on TV or film, but I had spent some time looking at monkeys and big cat sounds, and there was no way that was what I was listening to. I heard a whole lush jungle, warm breezes and trees swaying, and animals with big, heavy feet passing through. They called out to each other. They ate from big, crunchy leaves. I heard their tones change over to those filled with fear as they screamed and cried, and from this warning I knew to remove my headphones just in time for the big crash. On the second to last notch, there was the sound of wind, water, and earth, without man or beast. It was gentle, soothing, and I thought again how it would make an excellent backing track for a New Age album. Slipping into a gentle meditation, I listened to the peace of the landscape, free from mobile life. But what about this frequency on the last notch of BC? It played an E no matter what I do on my guitar. It's a sound that rings out, a sound that seems to shift everything I do back to it. I can't break away from it. I play in another key and it reins it in, pulling it to E. Is this the sound of the earth as it's pulled into orbit? As it started its days under the watchful guidance of the sun? I can't think of anything else but playing music. Update number 5. I slept, finally, after a few days of nothing but playing. I visited all the eras. AD is more interesting than I thought. Each notch to the right brings something more recognizable. If you stay on a notch long enough, the voices become clearer. I've heard the birth of modern language. Eventually, English words emerge from the mystery. I heard old songs, folk songs that dance around my guitar. Plays are recited in Italian and English. I heard occasional wars, if I stay on a notch long enough. The voices pass through the airwaves, and I hear everything they say now. Sometimes the conversations are seemingly insignificant, couples sharing love or talking about their day. It seems it's all here. Nothing has happened on the earth which doesn't have an echo. Update number 6. I reached now. I'm one notch from the last on the AD side, and I played for 10 hours. I heard pieces of my own life, eventually, and then I heard my own guitar layered on top of the recording. It was Horse With No Name by America, the first song I ever learned to play as a kid. I could hear my dad, who was a huge fan of theirs, teaching me in the background. I had to buy a new hard drive to hold all the recordings. Eventually, I heard my phone conversations with Ryan and Cindy, and I heard the keys of my computer and the recording I was listening to as I typed up my story for all of you. Update number 7. I played on the last notch of AD for about 5 hours, as it is nothing but silence. I've tried everything I can to finesse the file. I've played with my amp, even gone directly in, but there's nothing. So I went back to the notch before and did all my playing there. I hear up to now, and then I hear the news. I hear all the latest stuff that I've been reading in the papers. The voices are deafening, but sometimes the audio will focus in here or there. There are so many people. I have to concentrate so hard on their voices that I get a pounding headache. The cacophony lifts, and then a voice filters in. A few people talking about my story. They read about it online. The noise swells again, deafening. Billions of voices, layered. It's as loud as the explosion of the dinosaur notch. I take my headphones off and wait. I don't have to wait too long. Everything goes silent after that, and I can't produce any more sound on this setting. It's completely, blissfully silent. Update number 8. In the place of silence on the AD dial for 9 hours, and a single tone rings out. It's in the key of E. I play so long my fingers bleed and my eyes glaze over from lack of sleep. The E reins in my sound and draws it all back to itself. I let it play all day, and eventually, from out of that comes the sound of wind, the sound of waves, the sound of a world starting over. Dear Diary, we're going on a vacation. I'm really surprised because Daddy said we didn't have the money for a summer vacation this year, but he came home today and told me and Mommy to start packing. I don't know where we're going yet, but I can't wait. I filled my suitcase to the brim with my clothes. Daddy hasn't said how long we'd be gone yet. I wonder if we're going to see Grandma and Grandpa down in Florida. I hope so. They promised the next time I came down they'd take me to Disney World. I've always wanted to go. Mommy's really tired, so I'm trying to help her pack, but she keeps saying, "Don't worry," and sends me back to my room. I wonder if the baby will be born in Florida. I gotta go. Dad's coming down the hall. He really wants to get going. Dear Diary, we're on the road. Boy, we packed a lot of stuff into the van. Dad put on my favorite playlist so we can sing Let It Go on the way to Disney World. He hasn't said that's where we're going yet, but I just know it. Why else do we pack so much? I get to take up the whole back seat. When it's nighttime, Dad usually lets me unbuckle so I can sleep. It's also so hard sleeping in the car, though. I hope Mom doesn't need to puke. When she first told me that I was getting a little brother or sister, she was nonstop barfing. Oh, I think we're meeting with Uncle Harry and our cousins on the way down, too. I hope Uncle Harry brings his camper. We're not allowed to stay in it while it's moving, but maybe if I ask really nicely. Dear Diary, I get to stay in the camper. It was getting really dark by the time we met up with Uncle Harry. Traffic was really bad today, and Dad had to keep turning off Frozen so we could check on the radio. I don't know why. I think he wanted to hear the traffic reports. For some reason, Aunt Debbie isn't here. I tried to ask Uncle Harry why she wasn't, but he seemed grumpy, so I just played Go Fish with Kevin and Macy. Kevin didn't even call it a baby game this time, so that was fun. Macy said she thinks her mommy was working at the hospital when it was time to go. That's really sad. She's gonna miss Mickey Mouse. Dear Diary, I'm so bored. We've been on the road for 2 days, and I'm already so bored. I think Uncle Harry is sad about something. He keeps crying at night and not looking at Macy.
Whenever I get car sick and try to look out the window when we've stopped, he snaps at me to keep the blinds shut. Kevin's sad too. He's pretending like he's not crying, but I can hear him in the bathroom sometimes. I think he really misses his mommy. Macy misses her too, but she's not crying. I don't want to play any more Go Fish, but there's no internet out here, so I can't watch anything on YouTube. This is going to be a long trip. Dear Diary, I think I saw someone who was really sick today. We were stopped at a gas station to load up on snacks. I think we were the only ones there because I didn't see anyone else. I was playing Barbies with Macy just outside the camper, and we were pretending to be a dragon rider when I heard something. I looked up and saw a lady walking up. She didn't look very good. Her skin was all gross and her eyes were leaking green and white goo, sort of like whenever I had a cut that gets infected. She looked really scary. I yelled for Kevin and he poked his head out to see her getting closer. I think he was scared. He grabbed me by the hair and Macy too, pulling us in and yelling to his dad that one of them was out there. I dropped my Barbie and asked Kevin to go get it because I didn't want to see that ucky lady anymore. But he told me to shut up. He must have felt bad because after his dad came back, he went and got my doll. I don't know what happened to that lady, but she was gone. I think Uncle Harry told her to go away. Dear Diary, we're not going to Disney World. Dad held a powwow when we stopped for the night to tell us why we were on vacation. It's not really a vacation. People are getting sick and they're becoming very dangerous. If we're too loud, they'll come and they'll hurt us. The sick people are attracted to noise and they're very dangerous. They could get us sick too. I don't want to get sick, so I want to be quiet. Aunt Debbie died. That's why Kevin and Uncle Harry have been so sad. They told me and Macy at the same time. One of the sick people hurt her really badly while she was at work. She's in heaven now with Great Aunt Julia and my dog, Bucket. I'm gonna miss Aunt Debbie. She always liked singing in the car with us, even though she sung really badly. Macy cried until she fell asleep. I haven't cried yet. I feel really sad, but I can't cry. I hope I'm not broken. Dear Diary, I'm not broken. It just took a while. I was eating breakfast with Kevin and Macy when I started bawling my eyes out. I'm never, ever going to see Aunt Debbie again. She's not going to get to see Mommy's baby. And I'm scared that I'll get sick too and haunt Macy and Kevin and Mommy. Macy hugged me better and told me that I wasn't ever going to get sick. We have her daddy and my daddy, and they'll make sure that we're safe. That makes me feel better. I think Mommy's scared about the baby. We can't go to a hospital, so she can have it. I hope she'll be okay. Dear Diary, Mommy's having the baby right now. She's hurting really bad, but she's trying not to scream, so the zombies, that's what Kevin says they are, don't find us. I feel really bad for her. I gotta stay in the truck now. I'm keeping a lookout for zombies with Macy and Kevin. I haven't seen any, though. Just a lot of empty road and no cars. It's super quiet. I take that back. Mommy just screamed. Kevin had his dad's gun in his hand, and he's looking scared. I'm a little scared too, but I know that we'll be okay. Dear Diary, I have a little brother. I'm so happy. We're all really happy. He's so tiny and bald. He's got like maybe 5 hairs on his head. And Dad told me to stop exaggerating, but it's it's true. I love him so much. I want him to be safe and promise Mommy that I'll do my best to make sure he's happy. Mommy's tired, but she smiled so wide when I said that. My brother's named Nathan. I love him so very much. Dear Diary,
It's been a crazy few days. Nathan really likes to cry a lot. Dad says I wasn't this fussy, but I think he's stressed out. We've seen a lot more zombies lately, now that we're getting closer to a town, and they can hear Nathan crying. Uncle Harry and Dad go out when they start getting too close to bash in their heads with a baseball bat. It's a lot quieter than the gun, which can only be used in emergencies. I'm not allowed to look outside when they're getting rid of the zombies, but sometimes I take a peek. I always knew my daddy was strong. Nathan's crying again. Mommy says he's having trouble lactating. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to have a headache if Nathan keeps crying. Dear Diary, Uncle Harry, Daddy, and Kevin are going into town. They have to get baby supplies. Mom is letting me and Macy take care of Nathan while she's lookout. I get to be a babysitter for my own brother. Macy doesn't like holding him. She says he kind of stinks, but I love holding him. He's so still, and he just looks at me, and I love it so much. Because he loves me too. It's getting dark. I hope Daddy gets home soon. Dear Diary, it's been 2 days. Daddy and everyone else isn't back yet. Mommy's really scared. She's tried calling them a few times, but they don't pick up. It just rings. She's crying. I'm so scared that my daddy's dead. Nathan needs to stop crying. The zombies are getting closer, and Mommy isn't strong enough to use the bat to bash in their heads. Dear Diary, Daddy's back. Everyone's okay, and they brought back so much stuff. I get to have potato chips at dinner tonight. I'm so excited. Kevin told me what happened. Apparently they got cornered into a building and had to wait for the right moment to book it. It was so scary, he said, but it sounds exciting. I'm glad everyone's not hurt, though. Nathan's a lot happier that Daddy's back, too, I think. I can't wait for potato chips. I have to wait until Daddy and Uncle Harry clear away the zombies, though. No dinner until we're safe. Dear Diary, we didn't have dinner last night. Uncle Harry's dead. He got torn to pieces in front of the camper. We thought the zombies were all gone, but they weren't, and Uncle Harry was heading on back when they all attacked him at once, and they bit his neck, and there was so much blood, and it was so horrible. There was nothing Daddy could do. We all cried last night as we drove away. We couldn't even bury him. We had to leave him behind. Macy and Kevin don't have a mommy or a daddy anymore. I don't have an uncle anymore. Daddy doesn't have a brother anymore. I wish we were going to Disney instead. Dear Diary, Mommy says that Nathan has a colic. I think that just means he cries a lot. Kevin's teaching me and Macy how to drive the camper. He no longer teases us or calls our dolls stupid. He makes sure we have plenty to eat and reminds us to be quiet. I keep waking up in the night, crying. Kevin once had to smush a pillow into my face to keep me quiet because he couldn't wake me up. I can't stop thinking about Uncle Harry. How much it hurts when the zombies ate him. Why is this happening to us? And why can't Nathan stop crying? Dear Diary, Mommy and Daddy are going to get more supplies. Nathan needs more formula and diapers. Kevin is going to keep lookouts while they're gone. Macy and I are going to watch the baby. He won't stop crying. We're trying so hard, but he won't be quiet. We're trying to feed him, but he won't eat, and he won't nap. And his diaper's clean, and I don't know what to do. I keep asking Kevin, but he doesn't know either. I heard Daddy tell Kevin if they're not back in 2 days, we have to leave. I hope Daddy comes back in time. Dear Diary, I'm a murderer. I killed Nathan. It was an accident. The zombies were getting closer. Kevin was in front with his bat prepped, and Nathan just wouldn't stop crying. Macy was crying too. She was so scared that they were going to get inside to get to the noise, and then the zombies would eat us all up. I didn't know what to do, so I decided to make Nathan quieter by covering his face with a pillow. It worked. He stopped crying, but when I took the pillow away, his lips were blue and he wasn't breathing. I tried to wake him up, but he wouldn't wake up. I shouted for Kevin, and he tried to wake Nathan up, but he couldn't. I killed my own little brother. I'm so sorry, Nathan. It wasn't your fault you were colicky, but it's my fault for not being able to help you. Dear Diary, we had a funeral for Nathan today. I wasn't allowed to be a part of it. I had to stay in the trailer. Mommy hit me when she found out what happened. Kevin tried to take the blame, but I couldn't let him do that. It wouldn't be fair. I killed Nathan, not Kevin. Mommy hates me now. Whenever I say something, she tells me to shut up. She hates me, and I hate me too. I think Macy hates me too. She doesn't want to play with me anymore. Daddy just makes sure I eat, even though I don't want to. He doesn't talk to me. I think the only person who likes me now is Kevin. After dark, I'll sneak out and put my favorite doll on Nathan's grave, so he isn't alone when we leave. Dear Diary, Mommy isn't doing well. She keeps snapping and yelling at everyone, even though Daddy has to remind her that she has to be quiet or the zombies will get us. Last night I woke up and she was standing over my bed. I sat up and asked why she was up. She just glared and stomped back to bed and started crying again. I just make things worse by being here. Dear Diary, I think Mommy tried to kill me today. I was washing up at a creek we stopped by when my head was shoved down below the water. I couldn't breathe. I tried to scream, but I got a mouthful of mud. I thought I was going to drown. Then I was let go, and I popped back up so I could scream. Mommy was being dragged away by Kevin. Kevin was calling her a lot of mean words I can't repeat, but I can write down. Bitch was one of them. He called her a bitch a lot. Mommy just cried and screamed nonsense, so we had to get out of there quickly so the zombies couldn't find us. My mouth still tastes like dirt. Mommy's just sitting on the couch and staring at me. Kevin won't leave my side. I'm glad there's someone who loves me still. Dear Diary, we're almost to Florida. Maybe we can make it to Disneyland after all. Dear Diary, my parents forgot me. We stopped at an abandoned motel. There was no one there except for a few zombies, and Kevin took care of them. He's so strong. I went to sleep in a bed last night. Macy was next to me. When I woke up this morning, I was alone, with my backpack full of my favorite toys and my favorite foods. The camper's gone. They'll realize I'm gone soon and come back, right? Dear Diary, it's been 2 days. I've spotted a few zombies, but they don't come close. They don't realize I'm here. I'm excellent at being quiet. I'm still waiting for my mom and dad. I'm searching the motel for more food so I don't go hungry. At least the sink works so I'm not thirsty. Dear Diary, it's been 5 days. They have to come back soon. They have to. Dear Diary, it's been 2 whole weeks. I think I found all the food that's left here, and Mommy and Daddy aren't ever coming back. So I gotta go find them. I packed my bag full as I could, and I'm going to start walking today. Maybe they'll still be going to Disney, and we can meet up there. I'm so sorry, Mommy and Daddy, for killing Nathan. But maybe when I find you again, you'll forgive me. Bethany. I was an odd kid. Not in the crazy, sociopathic way that made me want to light animals on fire and murder my parents, but I viewed the world with little to no excitement. I simply went with the crowd. I didn't care. I couldn't. Nothing truly interested me. Of course, I laughed at things that were funny. I cried when I was sad, but at the end of it all, I just carried on. I didn't have many dreams, hopes, aspirations. Even though I was young, I had the I'll figure it out when I get there mentality. I was bored all the time. Day after day passed, year after year went on. Boredom tormented me every second. I began to forget faces, forget names, forget memories on purpose. They held no meaning for me. Person after person who came up to me, who gave me a hearty hello, who introduced themselves as this person, and they just blurred together. I tried to shake it off at first, but then I just decided why I should even bother. Why should I use my energy to speak to someone who I didn't want to talk to? I couldn't grasp onto a single piece of my life, my surroundings, my own self, and my place in this world. I lost all sense around me, and my only desire to feel the time pass by, for another day to come and go, again and again. Hey! I felt a tap on my shoulder during my first period class. Sophomore year, during the harshest winter of the year, I turned around to see a student I didn't recognize. Of course I didn't. I didn't seem to recognize anybody these days, but he caught my attention. The boy was handsome in a way that could be easily overlooked. He was wearing a sly expression on his face, a mouth teasing into a smile. His eyes were a bright green, I noticed. There was silence, but he was still staring at me with that half-smile. What? I asked. I nearly flinched when I heard how sharp my tone was. I sometimes forgot how to talk to people. Sorry, what do you want? I cleared my throat and felt my face burn a little. The boy finally smiled, fully. A small chuckle escaped him. He raised his hand again, slowly, his finger an inch away from my shoulder, as if he wanted to tap me again. I wasn't sure if I should just ignore him, but something told me not to. He was also odd, but in his own way. For the first time in a while, someone caught my attention, and I didn't know why. What's your name? His voice wasn't anything special, but he had a way of slowing down his speech in a near tantalizing way, making sure that you were gripping to his every word. It had a flowing, almost musical tone to it. I opened my mouth before closing it. I unconsciously began fidgeting with my pencil. Ben, I stammered. What was wrong with me? My face was burning. I tried to subtly cover my cheek with a hand to cover up how red it was. Ben, as in Benjamin. Can I call you that? The boy asked me, lazily moving his hand away from me. The setting sun made his red hair glow a little brighter. It looked like flames. He looked beautiful. Sure, I nodded. I couldn't understand it, but he seemed to have an unending amount of confidence, or maybe he just didn't care. He looked as bored as I was, but unlike me, who was waiting for something interesting, he decided to take action. Who's that? He pointed to the girl sitting in front of me. I don't know, I responded sheepishly. I wasn't lying. Oh, what a shame, he sighed loudly, his deep dark eyes slowly dragging back to me. After a few seconds, he laughed softly, waving my hand in front of my face as if to catch my attention. I realized I was staring. My face began to burn again. He leaned forward, cupping a hand over his mouth so only I could see what he was saying. Benjamin. His voice was a deep rumble, a whisper. Are you bored? I blinked, taken aback. Yes, I replied. The boy smiled. Who was he? He was such a bizarre character, I was absolutely fascinated. Benjamin, he said, slowing down his sentences even more, the last letter of his every word swinging upwards in a sing-song tone. Can you be my friend? Wait, what's your name? I changed the subject. Would you even remember it, Benjamin? The boy pouted. He was acting silly, but his voice was deep and scalding. I paused a few seconds, trying to comprehend what this entire conversation was. Of course I would, I said, trying to act naive. I wasn't even sure I could if I tried. I'll hold you to that. But not now. The boy raised his hand out more and touched my shoulder over again. Do you believe in the supernatural, Benjamin? He asked, focusing on the shoulder that he was poking. Why was I letting him do this? No, I don't. Can you? I pointed at his hand, which was still on my shoulder. His sly expression dropped to a more disappointed one. Sorry, I blurted out. His eyes snapped to me, suddenly brightening. He pulled his hand back. You don't believe in anything? Ghosts, vampires, ghouls, shapeshifters? He asked. No. Please? Please? I repeated in utter confusion. Are you a ghost or something? The boy shook his head, before sighing loudly. I'm a little different from a ghost. Something told me he wasn't lying. I wished he was, but that look in his eyes... what are you? I'm a parasite, he murmured softly, his eyes downcast. He brushed back his hair, his fingers tangled in a few golden strands. He smiled once again, but this time it was warmer. It was more sincere. I'm looking for a host. What are you talking about? I raised a brow. He was definitely just crazy and nothing else. Crazy people were nothing new. I internally rolled my eyes, ready to ignore his words. Benjamin, if you think you're going to forget me, then you got another thing coming. He frowned. I nearly flinched at his tone. It was harsh, angry. His mouth was curled up into a snarl. Excuse me. I don't know why, but that anger, I saw it. It produced such an intense fear that I nearly wanted to run. The moonlight and the darkness filtering through the window made that fear ever more visceral. I'm kidding, Ben. That bright side was back, but my fear remained, although deteriorating by the second. You're my friend. You could never forget me. He touched my shoulder again, the summer sun beating on my face only making me feel safer. Strangely, summer suited the boy's soft features so well. He reminded me of a puppy. I think class ended. I should go, I said in a rushed tone, trying to brush his hand away. I didn't care how calm and sweet his expression was. I was getting creeped out. It didn't, he assured me. But I looked around the classroom. It was empty. The desk shoved in the back and the chairs stacked on top of one another in the corner. Since when? No one's here, I muttered, accidentally spilling out my shock. Of course no one's here. The boy reached his hand farther and brushed through my hair. I smacked his hand away. He looked hurt, his face glowing in the sun rays shining through the window. Who are you? I snapped, getting up quickly. My head began to ache, and I held on to my desk to regain my balance. The boy remained seated, his sharp features getting even more taut. His cold eyes bored into my very soul. His arms shot out at an inhuman speed, snapping my wrist. Where are you, Benjamin? He asked. I couldn't see his face very well. The night sky was above us both, but the stars were barely even visible through the trees. I stepped back. Where was I? I looked around, my head feeling like it was about to be ripped apart. My sneakers crunched on leaves on the ground. It looked like I was in the woods in the dead of night. There was no sign of human life around us, except for the two of us. Except for me. I unconsciously reached for my phone in my pocket. "Who are you gonna call? Your friends?" The boy laughed harshly, his face tightening, his bones pressing his skin. "I'm a parasite, Benjamin. I warned you." The moonlight sifted through the tree leaves. Every crevice and indent of his face was contrasted darkly with the features of his skin that were lit by the moon. I couldn't even see his eyes. I tried to pull my arm away from his grasp, and to no avail. "You know, Benjamin, I feast on thoughts. I feast on you, on your every perception of reality. I have utter control of you." He chuckled before his jaw clenched. "But I don't like you. You're disgusting. Your memories are altered already. Your reality is something I can't grasp. To think I could only hold your attention for 5 minutes before resorting to force. You're a spoiled piece of food, Benjamin." "What the hell are you talking about?" I yelled. His grip was so tight I could see my circulation was being cut off. My hand was turning a deep purple. "You can't remember anything around you. You live such an isolated life. It's pathetic," he snarled. His skin was getting thinner. It was like half a ply of tissue paper stretched over his bones. "You can't even remember what I look like, right?" "What? Could I?" "What's my name, then, Benjamin?" "You never told me," I yelled. "I didn't. Or did you just cut that out of your memories, like you cut everything else out of your life?" he hissed, pulling me closer to him. "You're unreliable, Benjamin. Live your life like this, there are creatures worse than me who'd find you as a delicacy." I couldn't respond. My breath caught in my throat. "Good luck. I never want to meet you again." I found tears rolling down my face, and a loud gasp escaped me.
Are you okay?
The girl sitting across from me turned around to face me, her expression filled with worry. I was back in the classroom, on a cold winter day, sophomore year, first period. I stared at her, not even bothering to wipe my tears away. I couldn't move, each breath of mine heaving and harsh. I don't know if I can change, but I want to. Your name is Abigail, right? Todd and I worked together at a small app development company. We were both coders who had put ourselves through a boot camp after failing in other fields, and we both liked to get beers after work. Our commonalities ended there, but they were enough that on most Fridays and the occasional weeknight, I found myself seated in the stool beside him at Glenn's. Glenn's was your typical bar, beer signs and liquor posters, complimentary 2 salty popcorn, domestics on tap, Christmas lights perpetually wrapped around the back bar, an old pool table that drew the same crop of blue-collar guys. It was a comfortable place for us to complain about our boss and talk shit about our co-workers. Unless there were hot women there without boyfriends, then it wasn't so comfortable. My abuela had taught me long ago that most women actually prefer to be left alone. You can try to politely strike up a conversation, sure, but if she doesn't seem that into you, sit the hell down and move on. But Todd was one of those guys, a pesterer, a harasser sometimes. That was the primary reason why Todd would never become more than a post-work drinking buddy. This one night at Glenn's, I noticed him oogling a 30-something woman who had sat down at the opposite end of the bar with some kind of whiskey and a book. She was pretty and also very absorbed in her book. Todd seemed to ignore the latter fact as he eyed her. "She's not interested," I said. What? That woman. She's not interested, Todd." "Oh, yeah. How would you know?" "What woman comes to a bar to read alone?" he asked. "That one," I said. "She's not looking around. She's not dressed to impress. She's just reading. She's not here to meet a dude." "Well, I'm still gonna try," Todd said. Maybe after she finishes her first drink. What's the worst that could happen? She could be a patasola. A what now? A patasola, I said. My abuela used to tell me about them. She appears as a beautiful woman who lures men into secluded places so she can drink their blood. In reality, she's not a woman, but a monster with one leg that ends in a hoof. That's what a patasola means, 1 foot. You're a weird guy, Nick, Todd said. But I don't think one of your 1-foots would be hanging out at Glenn's. That's true. Abuela said they're usually found in nature, I mused. But, most cultures have a type of patasola. In Ireland, Todd was not interested and took that as his clue to talk to the woman. I'm not sure what awful pickup line he used, but she visibly shrunk away from him and kept trying to look back at her book. After a minute or two, Todd finally left her alone. I wondered if I should have intervened. I wondered that a lot, but Todd was Todd. He'd usually give up or get kicked out without my help. That was last December. In March, Glenn's had to shut down and our work moved remotely. I didn't see Todd anymore except on Zoom, and neither of us cared to keep our drinking traditions online. In fact, I found I didn't drink much at all. But as the months dragged on, I got about as lonely as anyone would. So when Todd asked if I wanted to catch up somewhere outdoors, I said sure. We met at a park between our respective apartments. Todd brought a paper bag full of beers. I pulled my face mask down to sip on one as we took the walking path deeper into the woods. Thanks for asking to hang, I said. I honestly haven't really seen anyone in months now. Except delivery drivers, I guess. Yeah, same, man. I mean, I still hook up on Tinder, but we only go to each other's houses, he said. That doesn't sound very safe, I said. What, I'm gonna just not get laid for like a year? I haven't, I said. Not that I'm bragging. Exactly, Todd said. I had started seeing someone a few months before lockdown, but it fizzled out as case counts rose. I still had all my dating apps, but the conversations went nowhere now. It had been, like I said, a lonely year. As we drew deeper into the woods, a buzz came on, and I found myself kind of having fun. Todd kept up with my low tolerance with swigs from a flask of whiskey he had in his jacket. Soon we were both flushed in the face. As we crunched over the dead leaves, we laughed about all the things we couldn't do anymore. I complained about our coworkers who didn't know how to use Zoom and traded stories about all the times we'd logged into important meetings in dress shirts and no pants. It was nice to be in someone's company, even if it was Todd's. Until, again, there was a woman. This one sat on a bench, set a bit back from the path. Her dark hair nearly blended in with the black wool of her coat. She seemed very much at peace, her gloved hands folded in her lap. Even though no one was around, she wore a red face mask over her mouth and nose. I wonder what she's... Todd began. Oh, come on, man, I muttered. What? I'm just wondering what she's doing out here alone. Getting out of the house she's probably been trapped in for months, just like us, I suggested. He began swaggering towards her as I rolled my eyes and moved towards her bench's matching partner on the opposite side of the path. I busied myself studying the small, shiny plaque letting me know what kind of benefactor had paid for this public seating. Good evening, I heard Todd say. Lovely day, isn't it? She must have nodded, because soon Todd was blathering on about how he was loving the brisk weather. I turned back to see he'd sat down next to her, and she'd scooted all the way to the other side of the bench. Todd hadn't even bothered to adjust his mask, which now hung from one ear. The woman flashed me a look. I knew that look. The get your friend out of my face look. I went to mouth sorry, as I often did, but remembered that she wouldn't be able to see me as my mask was, unlike Todd's, on properly. I bet you're really beautiful under your mask, Todd said. I know, COVID, but how about just like one smile? For me. This is the first time I left my house in, seriously, months. She shook her head. She looked at me again, pleading. Oh, come on, If I promised to stand 6 feet away? I think it'd be better if I didn't, she said. What, are you secretly ugly? Todd asked. I bet not, though, right? I bet you're just afraid you'll stun me with your beauty. God, Todd, he was the fucking worst. For as much fun as I was having a moment ago talking to a human being, it really had been nice to go months without being embarrassed to be friends with a complete jackass. Had I really missed Todd? No. It turns out I could only miss Todd in the complete absence of all other people. This is the last time I'm going to say no, she said sternly. She looked at me again. This time it wasn't pleading. It was threatening. Come get your friend. I stood. Todd, I yelled. He ignored me, pouting at the woman as she sat remarkably still, her eyes growing narrow. How many times had I watched him do this at a bar? How many times had I watched a bouncer advise him to return to his seat? How many times had I awkwardly apologized for his behavior, only to return to the very same bar with him again? Todd, please, let's go, I said. She doesn't want to smile for you, you weirdo. Todd looked at me this time. He snorted at me and said, See, now this is why you're the one that hasn't gotten laid since March. February, I thought to myself. But before I could correct him, he reached into his jacket for the flask he definitely didn't need and eyed the woman again. Okay, just one smile and I'll go. And you can even have some of my whiskey. He teetered a bit as he unscrewed the flask. The woman looked at me and shrugged. She stood and unhooked her mask from her ears, crumpling the silky material in one hand. For a moment, she was just what Todd had predicted. A beautiful woman. She smiled. There we go, Todd rejoiced. But she kept smiling. Her mouth just kept stretching until her teeth were forced apart by its width. As her mouth yawned open, it was as though the top of her head was only connected to the bottom half by the corner of her jaw. It tipped backwards, whilst her lower jaw continued to drop and extend, not unlike the ramp that extends from a docked boat. At the same time, her teeth multiplied, more jamming in and wedging into the growing spaces like kernels of popcorn, each one slick and sharp. Todd was no longer rejoicing. He yammered incomprehensibly, befuddled and terrified. His flask clattered to the ground as he stood before her, rooted in place. I didn't fare much better myself. I just stood there. Again, I thought to myself, I was doing the very thing I was just admonishing myself about when it came to Todd and women. But this time it was because I was terrified of her, not embarrassed of him. I didn't have much time to ponder the juxtaposition, though. She took a single step, coming chest to chest with her harasser. Her already slender neck seemed to stretch, and then the top of her head snapped up and around in a single fluid motion, and she bit off his entire head. When she stepped back, Todd stood still, headless, blood gushing from the place where his head used to be. I could hear the crunch of what I presumed was his skull shattering in her mouth. But I was too busy staring at headless Todd as he slowly sank to his knees and then to the ground. When I became aware of the woman again, she was back to normal, save the blood that now coated much of her front. I told him I didn't want to smile for him, she said simply. She put her mask back on, then reached down and grabbed one of his arms. Sorry about your friend, she said, as she began to drag him off the path. He's not really my friend, I said habitually. It's what I'd always say. Oh, she said. Well, good riddance. She walked into the woods, Todd's corpse smearing a trail of blood behind her. I'm not sure the moment I lost sight of her. She may have just disappeared. All I know is, once I realized I could no longer see her, I just ran. In the days that followed, I pretended I didn't know where Todd was when he didn't log into work. I kept expecting the news to talk about the unfortunate jogger that came across Todd's headless body, Then the police who'd say they'd check his phone and knew I was the last person to see him alive, but it never happened. His body was never found, and no one seemed to care. The woman I saw was obviously not a Pastolia. She had 2 legs, even when she changed. But you should know there are several other kinds of monsters that are very similar to the Pastolia. The Tunda, the Baboja Sith, the Galisteg. Most of the stories tell of monsters who transform into beautiful women to lure men to their deaths, but now I have to wonder, what if the stories are all wrong? Maybe these lady monsters, just like the woman reading her book in the bar, just wanted to be left alone.
Entry 1, July 28th, 2015, 12:01:45.
Let me start this out with, I don't know how it happened. I honestly don't know how any of this works. I just hope my story gets out there, and I hope that I can find a way out of here. Maybe I could even use help from the people who read this. I'll start from the beginning. I was laying down in my bed, watching my phone through a slightly cracked screen. I remember getting a funny feeling, like something wasn't quite right. I looked up from my screen, pausing the Jacksepticeye video I was watching, and looked around my room. There was something really weird, and I just couldn't figure it out. I didn't think about it too much, and I tore my eyes from my room back to my screen. I watched 5 or 6 episodes of a playthrough, each an hour or 2 long, and I was getting really tired. The first time I looked up at my room, I remember my alarm clock saying that it was about 2 o'clock. Being summer break, I was just sitting in my room, bored. Well, I started to get ready for bed, and after plugging in my phone to charge, throwing it up onto my headrest with my alarm clock, I was surprised to see that it was still only about 2 o'clock. It was 2:45 to be exact. Thinking that it was weird, I went to go turn on my fan, until I realized that the fan was already on. I looked up at the stationary fins stuck in the metal cage of the tiny desktop fan and began to press the different mode buttons, one after another. After nothing happened, I got up to see if the thing was even plugged in, but it was. My next thought was that the power had gone out, but I quickly dismissed that, as my alarm clock still blared its red LED lights, displaying the time. Still, at 2:45, even though it had been at least 5 minutes since I realized something was wrong. That's when I finally realized that the light illuminating my room wasn't from a bulb or LED, but from my window. I looked outside, and to my confusion, the sun was at about its peak in the sky. Despite feeling like it was at least 11 o'clock at night, the sun was so high that the sun was nowhere near the horizon. It wasn't even close to being nighttime. I was extremely disoriented. I remember stumbling back to my bed and setting a timer on my phone. I watched as the timer of my phone ticked on steadily. I watched, unable to tear my eyes from my phone as 10 minutes passed. I looked up at the clock, and it was still saying 2:45. My phone steadily moved, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. It was still 2:45. I was perplexed. The time hadn't moved, and when I looked outside, the sun was still no closer to the horizon than it was 2 hours ago. I quickly ran outside my room to check on my family. Were they experiencing this too? That's what I was wondering. I turned into the hallway outside my room and opened my sister's door. She lived right across the hall. I flung it open, and she wasn't in there, but I saw her cat, Seraphine. Seraphine was a calico female and was extremely excitable. She would wake up at the sound of someone walking down the hallway. But to my surprise, after I had flung open the door, she stayed stationary. I walked up to her and she didn't move, not even a muscle, not so much as a twitch of her back. I placed my hand on her back, stroking her soft and velvety fur, and she did not respond. I was horrified to find that she wasn't breathing. I picked her up to look at her face, only to realize her eyes were wide open. Not like wide open and dead, but wide open and staring straight ahead, completely focused. Her eyes looked alive. I put her back down in her cat bed and sidestepped my sister's human-sized bed to get back to the hallway. I closed her door and didn't let go of the handle. I was thinking. I slowly brought a shaky hand up to my neck and held it right beside my esophagus, feeling for the beat of my heart. There was nothing. I began to frantically search all over my neck, practically bruising myself, pushing so hard, trying to find a pulse, to find any sign that I was still alive. My breathing began to grow frantic, and to calm myself down, I held my breath, and I held my breath, and I held my breath. It seemed like a few minutes had passed since I had last taken a breath of air, but I still felt fine. It was the worst feeling of everything I had ever experienced. To not breathe, to not need air, was something so alien to my consciousness, to my brain, that I instantaneously began to breathe again. It was comforting. It made me feel alive. Turning from my sister's door, I headed down the hallway to the stairs and found my sister sitting on them, halfway down. Her red hair was laying flat down on her back, and her headphones covered her freckled ears. Despite only being 12 years old, she was tall for her age, only about 2 inches shorter than me, who stood at 5'11". The wrinkles on her sweatshirt did not move, did not crinkle in any way. She was sitting abnormally still, and I almost felt scared to approach her. It was so unnatural that again my breathing grew rough and frantic. Pushing aside the irrational fears, I reached out a hand to touch my sister's shoulder, but stopped just inches from her shoulder. Her phone wasn't playing anything, but she wasn't moving. She wasn't trying to refresh the tab, she just sat and looked at the screen. For my hyperactive sister, that was abnormal. It scared me. I went down a few steps and looked up at her. Her face was plastered to the screen, completely infatuated with it. I knew there was nothing happening on that screen, but she didn't move. I stared at her for a few minutes. I began to grow more and more disturbed. I didn't know why until my brain made the connection and I realized that she looked like a hyper-realistic wax figure. She looked like she could get up and start walking around, but she didn't move or blink. She never once closed her bright blue eyes, and watching this made mine water. I noticed that the water was streaming down my face, and then I realized I was crying. I was confused as to why I was crying. I wasn't that upset at the time, but I just couldn't stop the waterworks. Looking back, it was just myself subconsciously realizing that I might never see my sister smile again. I looked outside and saw that the driveway was empty, except for my car. My parents had earlier that day gone out to shop, and, of course, never came back. The tears kept flowing, and I sat in the living room for hours trying to calm down, and to try to rationalize what was happening to me, but I couldn't. Despite every explanation I came up with, the more time passed, the more I realized how truly messed up what was happening to me was. The longer my sister sat on those stairs, the longer her eyes stared at the still phone screen, the longer my parents' car was gone. I spent the next 8 months experimenting with what I was capable of. I held my breath for an entire month and only started breathing to feel comfortable. I found out that the things that I interacted with would work. Every item that I touched would work, but when I would touch any living thing, they would stay stationary. They wouldn't change. This meant that I could still live my life normally, as normal as I could. The first night alone, sleeping, was terrible. No matter how many times I slapped my fan, it wouldn't turn on, which was extremely odd. Every other item I interacted with started to work, except the fan. I spent that night, which was really day with heavy blankets over the window, on edge. It was so unnaturally silent. All I could hear was my own breathing and the crinkling of the bedsheets. Each breath I took felt as if it could wake an entire army, and every time I changed my position, it was like a giant had just taken a step in my very room. I grew used to the silence, but I never got used to the sneezes and coughs, which would sound like thunder or lightning in my tiny, silent room. I also found that over the months I never had a need to eat food or to change clothes. The temperature never varied, and every time I would eat, I would feel like I was stuffing myself. The feeling would go away, but I always felt satisfied and never needed to eat. Most of the 8 months I spent on my phone or other devices. I once even took my car out to the library to grab books to read. My car had consumed gas, and when I took it to get more gas, I had been able to use the debit card I had gotten for Christmas to purchase the gas. It was extremely boring, and I would often find myself picking up new hobbies, like learning to play the piano or the guitar. At the end of the 8 months, I distinctly remember my sister was still on the stairs, and her cat was still in her cat bed. But when I completed the daily ritual of looking up at the time and marking a day off on the calendar, I saw that the time had changed. It was now 2:46. I dropped the pen I was marking with. I walked up to the clock on the stove and stared in wonder. It had changed. The time had changed, but it took 8 months to move 1 minute. I quickly began to calculate in my head. The further I got, the more and more horrified I became. To get through 24 hours, to make it through one single day, it would take over 2,000 of my stuck-in-time years. I collapsed onto the hard tile of the kitchen floor and began to bawl. I was truly stuck here forever. I hadn't aged or changed in any physical way since time slowed down, which meant I was still physically aging to the outside world's standards. The implications began to hit me, and I stopped crying. I was going to live for at least 2,000 years, probably even more, considering that was only one day. I again went through the math and realized that to get through a single year outside time, it would take me a whole 800,000 years. If I lived to the age of 90, it would take me 6.3 million years to get there, living to be over the age of 6.3 million years old, all alone. I felt a pool of dread well up within me. I spent the next 100 years wallowing in self-pity. I watched as my sister slowly moved, as she slowly changed her facial expressions, the tiniest crinkle of her facial features, the tiny movement of a single pixel on her screen. I spent another 100 years just staring at my sister, until I finally saw her mouth lift into a smile. It took 100 years to get there, to see her smile. It made me cry. And I'm not ashamed to admit that seeing my sister smile made me cry for 3 days straight. It motivated me. I began to study quantum physics, to understand what was happening to me. I spent 200 years reading and studying countless books, studies, and experiments. Nothing could even begin to explain the phenomena surrounding me. If time was truly going as slow as described, why was my body not disintegrating from moving so fast compared to the air molecules in the air? How come I was able to breathe? How was I able to interact with objects and get them to work normally? And how come this effect did not work on living organic material? The more I learned, the more confused I became. What was happening to me was theoretically impossible, improbable to the highest extreme. I watched as slowly, over the years, my sister began to get up, to move to the kitchen, to open the fridge, to go to her room, to pet her cat, to again sit and watch a video on her phone. I watched as my parents' car slowly inched down the road to the house, getting ever so closer with each passing year. I watched as the sun finally reached the horizon. Its rays kissed the plot of grass in our backyard, and I watched as the sun finally set. It was finally nighttime. 400 years to finally see the sunset again, to finally see the stars, the moon, the things I hadn't seen for 5 lifetimes. The sun had set, and within those 4 hours of real time, I had become a master pianist, guitarist, mathematician, physicist, engineer, and biologist. A lot had happened in 4 measly hours. 400 years. I sat in a lawn chair for the last 15 years, watching the sunset. It was truly beautiful. My parents finally got home. I watched them greet my sister. I watched as they slowly began to unload the car, and as they slowly started to realize that I wasn't there. It was as if I didn't exist at all, and couldn't be seen. I tried to see if they could see me when I stood still for a long amount of time. I remember standing in front of my father for 50 years. I watched him, looking at his concerned eyes, watching the edges of his crinkled mouth as they turned into a frown. He was worried about me. Over those 50 years, he edged closer and closer until his hand finally reached me and passed into me. I didn't react. I didn't know how. In all my 500 or so years of living, I had never felt such true agony, blind and numbing agony that reached from the bottom of my soul. So when I realized that they couldn't interact with me, I could interact with them, but they couldn't interact with me. I was trapped, alone, and scared. I was 17 again, shivering and crying and whimpering like a tiny baby. For another 100 years, I gazed longingly at my family. I wanted to touch them and to hold them, to tell them I'm sorry for everything I did wrong to them, for every time I disrespected my mother or father, or didn't do as they asked, or didn't participate in events with them. I lost the chance to do all of this. As I stared at my mother one day, I began to feel a growing sense of unease. My stomach began to flutter, and my breathing, which I still did not need, began to again grow erratic and haggard. I couldn't tell what was wrong until I realized that there was a slow rumbling coming from outside. It was slowly shaking the ground beneath my feet, as it began to rumble the walls of the house as well. Nothing fell off of them, not even after the rumbling grew to an unbearable level, to the point where it knocked me to the ground. I realized for the first time in over 600 years I was truly and honestly scared for my life. The rumbling slowly faded, and I thought the worst of it was over, when there was a knock at the front door. I did not move. For hundreds of years I had wished for company, but now that the possibility that there was something outside in the time-stopped world other than me was truly terrifying. I stayed on the ground of the kitchen floor, the hard tile pressed into the skin of my palm as I waited for another knock. I thought of turning out the lights, but quickly dismissed it and stayed still. There was another knock, more demanding, and I felt a warmth in my pants. I stayed in that position until long after the last knock had finished its echoes through the silent home. Never before had the silence been so strangling and omnipresent. It felt like my first night alone again, the first time I experienced the true silence of this world. After regaining the ability to stand, I changed out of my soiled pants and slowly crept my way around the house. This house that I had spent over 700 years in had never before been so frightening. Around each corner, I felt that I would find the thing that knocked on my door. I need to get out of here. I'm beginning to truly fear for my safety. Screw self-pity. I need to get out of here, not just to see my family, but to avoid the thing that knocked on my door. It has begun to stalk me. Every 4 hours in my time on the dot, 2 sets of 3 knocks will ring out on the door. Entry 2, July 28th, 2015, 12:01:50. Please, help me. I hope this gets to someone. I need help. 5 days ago, the knocking that had been going on for weeks stopped, and I heard something crash through the upstairs window of my sister's room. It's in my house, and I'm running out of time. Entries have been archived due to no usage in over 4 years. I guess this is the best outlet out there to share my experience, as I have recently discovered this forum, or whatever you want to call it, and have been spending the past few days reading through some of the odd and scary things people have experienced. What I encountered this past September seems to fit the mold. I'm not incredibly sure whether it begins with this, but I will do my best to explain this in a way that the context is at least somewhat understood by those who read it. I will tell you that this is the absolute truth. I will stand by everything I am about to say. I suppose I should start by laying out some foundational information to the premise of my experience that explains what I was doing and why. This could be lengthy, so I apologize in advance. The interest I have that led me to my experience is obscure, and I want to do the best I can to make sure people understand it. My father and I collect arrowheads and other Native American relics, as most would call them, such as pipes, pottery, effigies, although we aren't lucky enough to find those and not rich enough to afford them, tools, celts, pestles, hammerstones, etc., amongst other things. My dad has always been obsessed with Native American culture and has made it an ever-present point to teach me from very early on the real history of how the United States came to be, pertaining to Native American oppression, that is. Anyway, he began collecting as a teenager. Ever since he found an arrowhead at an Indian summer camp in the 60s, he had been hooked. This rubbed off on me. We had an awesome collection. We have found many of our pieces, but we buy most of them from various auction sites and dealers. The ultimate prize is to find them yourself. But what you'll find is that many times in your somewhat distant travels to rural areas, trudging through the mud of plowed fields, you find a lot of chewed-up pieces that have been wrecked by the farming equipment. Or worse, you get blanked and find nothing. You also have to wait for the right time, ideally, and even more important, find the right place. You need to go through these plowed and tilled areas because these artifacts aren't just lying on the top of the ground surface unless it's a riverbank. They have been covered by thousands of years of sediment and can be feet deep in the earth. You want to try to go a day or two after a nice hard rain, hence the aforementioned mud, and this will expose the flint buried in the dirt a bit better. As far as the right place, you want to look in places where Native Americans would have lived. Places by rivers, mostly. Creeks and lakes will do, but it can be hard to find ones that have been around for thousands of years that ancient people would have lived by. You also want to hunt off of any floodplains and more elevated areas. Ancient people wouldn't have lived in areas where it would have flooded, for obvious reasons, but the water was their lifeline, so they would have been close by. Riverbanks are good too, as previously mentioned, for things that may wash out of the water, but it can be hard to spot flints out of the crowded rocks. It tends to blend in, so, moral of the story, getting the right place at the right time and getting nothing out of it can be frustrating. Hence, buying them. Finding the right auction sites and dealers who don't sell fake crap is another story altogether. Now that you know a bit about arrowhead hunting and why I would have been where I was, I will move on to my experience. We live in Ohio. We do a lot of our hunting in Indiana and Kentucky in some pretty rural areas of farmland surrounded by wooded areas and foothills. Some of my dad's friends, who are into the same stuff, will give him the low on some good spots to check out, and that's exactly what led us to a huge set of fields in rural Kentucky. I don't even fully know where we ended up. The last road marker I saw was Route 8, and that was a little past Maysville. The instructions that we got were to follow the railroad tracks that ran along Route 8 past Maysville to a huge dilapidated red barn with an old rusted white truck out in front of it, sitting on cinder blocks. We were to make the right turn directly after the BAM and follow the road for a couple of miles. We were then to look for some little yellow posts with a little crossing over another set on railroad tracks and make that left. Eventually, we were to park alongside these tracks once we saw a clearing large enough to park the car. Across the tracks, climb the hill, go through some woods, and the fields would be there. Great fucking instructions, I know. But you know what? It's not like these places have addresses, per se. Sometimes this is as good as it gets. We followed these instructions to a T, get to the stupid-ass barn, made the right.
I went down there for what I swear was 20 minutes, saw the crossing to the other tracks with the yellow posts, made the left and scraped the piss out of the underside of my car in the process. Drove down there forever with no fucking place suitable to park, as the road had fairly sharp declines on both sides. After cursing the damn instructions and telling my dad his friend was full of shit, we finally saw a flat, grassy patch off of a tiny road. That had to be it. The tracks were there and everything. We parked, grabbed our packs, and crossed the tracks. The first thing we noticed was the sharp hill that was mentioned. A good sign. We made it up and came to a gorgeous clearing littered with wild lavender and some other colorful plants. This was cool and all, but there were no fields. We decided to trudge through the wooded area surrounding this clearing. There was a large foothill to the left, so we weren't going that way. We just went straight through, keeping that hill on our left for reference. There was a creek crossing through this patch of woods, another good sign because it had to be coming straight from the nearby Ohio River. Only if we could find the damn fields, that is. We came across an old wire fence that had fallen in most places that we stepped over, and after another 75 yards or better, came to an old set of rectangular, identical buildings. They looked like old bunkhouses or something. Just 4 walls in the shape of a long rectangle. No doors and nothing inside. There were a couple of benches with a fire pits on the other side. The ash in there indicated that it had been used somewhat recently. At least within the past couple of weeks. Just a random observation I had at the time that became not so random later on. Looking up from this, we saw the tree line. A tree line at the edge of a massive field. I've never been so excited to see absolutely nothing in my entire life. We went up and down this thing, eyes glued to the ground in the plowed rows all the way across. We didn't go the entire length, as at the furthest point we went, we thought we could make out the outline of a farmhouse up on a slight hill, just peeking over the top of the trees at the leftmost edge. Could have just been a barn or nothing at all, honestly, but most of the places we go are on private property, and we try to stay as out of sight while being in plain sight as much as possible. In the past, my dad has had pissed-off farmers wielding shotguns come wandering down, wondering what the hell we're doing on their property, so we like to avoid these situations for obvious reasons. Anyway, we found nothing but flint chips, pushing on what had to be a couple of hours. My neck was killing me and I was dying of thirst, so I yelled over at my dad and made a drink gesture with my arm while tilting back my head. He yelled something that I couldn't quite make out, so I waved him to come over. We decided to go back to the benches we saw coming through the woods and sit and drink some of the water we brought and eat the trail mix. We were way the hell out of this field. I mean, it was massive. As we walked back to that tree line, I first spotted what looked to be a faint orange glow. It had to be a fire in the fire pit we saw. I have 2015 vision, so I know I fucking saw this, even as far back as we were. I told my dad, and the closer we got, he said that he could make it out as well. As we came closer to the tree line, however, no more glow, nothing. We walked right up to the benches with the fire pits. No fire, no wood, no sign of anyone having been there. We walked back into the buildings on the other side, no sign of anyone having been there other than us. There were boot prints on the dust on the wooden floor, but they looked like ours. I'm not an expert tracker or anything like that, but there didn't look to be any more than 2 sets of prints there. I just kept thinking to myself that this is fucking weird. I knew I saw a fire from the field walking toward the tree line, and my dad was damn sure of it too. We walked around in a circle to see if we saw anyone. Came up with nothing. Not that seeing someone else would be a complete shock or terrifying or anything. I mean, we were in an extremely rural area, although I wouldn't consider it completely isolated. And as observant as this hobby is, we have encountered other hunters before. I mean, I am 26, 6'6", and close to 230 pounds, and my dad isn't exactly a small guy either. I'm not worried about encountering anyone as strange as it may be. Anyway, we wrote this off. We sat and ate and chugged half of the water we brought. I spent most of this time looking up at the sky. Not because I was expecting to see anything, but because my neck fucking hurt. Looking down like that for hours will do that. We got up and went back to the field and resumed looking. What we encountered next, I still cannot fully explain, but it is the real reason for writing this. After what I presumed to be about a half an hour into looking, I looked up and gave my neck a break and saw what looked to be a woman wearing a red jacket and jeans. She was quite a ways off in the field. She was aimlessly walking around with a dog at her side. It looked to be a smaller dog, but again, we were a ways off. I couldn't exactly tell. I waved, thinking it was the owner of the property who may have spotted us, and I wanted to be as friendly as I could. She never did look over in my direction. I yelled over to my dad and pointed in the direction of the woman. He's damn near deaf, but it took him a few seconds and a couple of yells for him to hear me. I point in that direction while looking at him. He turns his head and then looks back at me and raises his arm in a what sort of gesture, and then waves for me to come over to him. I look back, and there is no woman. There is also no dog. I take a few seconds, scanning the area and seeing nothing. I flip back to my dad, who has already resumed looking at the ground. I began to walk over to my dad to tell him what I saw. I've got about 3 inches of mud on the bottom of my damn boots, and I knew this would take a minute. I decide to look down as I'm doing it to see if I can find anything along the way. I glanced up at some points and did not see my dad. I looked around and I didn't see much of anything familiar. I can't fucking explain this, and I had no idea where I was. I panicked internally. I frantically looked around for anything familiar. There was a tree line, but it looked different, and I was not going back in the woods in an area I did not know. I was in a field, but the hillside I thought we were using as a reference point was now much further off and from a different direction. I was dumbfounded. I was still convincing myself that it was my dad who wandered somewhere while I was walking back to tell him about the woman. I can't fully fucking explain how terrified I was. I cannot explain how I ended up wherever it is I was, and I still can't. I can only rationalize this in a couple of ways. I was either somehow transported through some means beyond my comprehension, or I somehow became extremely disoriented and navigated the wrong direction, which would also mean that I have had to seriously misjudge the time, as well as I swear I only have my head down looking for a minute and a half tops. I probably stood in the same spot for minutes, trying not to completely lose it. I was shivering in fear because I knew something was very wrong. I ripped my cell phone out of my pocket and looked at the time. 2:46 p.m. I'll never forget it. The thing is, I don't believe I experienced a missing time, a phenomena I had become somewhat familiar with, but much more now in initially becoming lost. This was not something I had really thought of at this particular time, though, but thought about afterwards. But I know we left the house around 9:30, and the trip took at least an hour, probably more like an hour and a half. I also knew we had been out there for a few hours, so I really didn't know if this qualifies as missing time in me initially becoming lost. My dad is also old school and doesn't have a cell phone. I couldn't call him if I wanted to. I was, however, going to call my mom to tell her that I didn't know where I was, but there was no fucking signal. Being in the middle of absolutely fucking nowhere, that shouldn't have surprised me. I did the one thing I could do. I started walking. I gathered myself and started to walk back towards the foothill I believed to be the one we used as a reference on our way in. As I was walking the field, starting to naturally bend to the left, and the foothill began to become oriented on my right, which would mean that I would have walked towards the woman I saw, and then some. I continued walking for a bit, terrified the entire time because I wasn't seeing my dad. I felt like a kid lost in the grocery store, or some other place that just looked exactly the same where you look. Helpless, I guess, is the best term I can use to describe how I was feeling. As I continued to walk, I pulled my phone back out, and dead. Fucking dead. I didn't take note of the battery the last time I pulled it out, so I couldn't tell you if it was close to being dead or not, but I charged it up to the point where we walked out of the door and hadn't used it at all other than to Google Map us to Maysville, and it was hooked up to my car charger the entire time. There is no way it should have been dead. I cursed, became further confused, but continued to walk. I came to somewhere that I felt was familiar to me after a bit, and could make out the familiar straight tree line that we had emerged from on the way in. I should have been yelling the entire time, but I guess I wasn't thinking clearly. I started to scream for my dad, literally screaming. I was doing this in circles, trying to be as loud as I could. No sign of my dad. I walked towards the tree line, screaming some more, calling for my dad. For some odd reason, I remembered something I learned watching out of Lestrade's survival shows, and this was that if you ever became separated, to try to stick to areas of familiarity amongst the people you were with. Remembering this insanely random but incredibly relevant piece of information, I made my way to the trees, yelling into them, walking about a quarter of the way back to the old bunkhouse-like building before I saw my dad emerging from the other side of one of them. I had never been so happy to see that man in my life. I slumped my shoulders when I saw him and started forming tears in my eyes. He started walking towards me with his arms out to a "where the fuck have you been" gesture, which is exactly what he yelled to me when I got within earshot. I told him my perspective of what had happened to me. I told him that I saw some woman in a red jacket walking with a dog a ways off from where we were, and that's why I was yelling to him and pointing earlier. He tells me he didn't see a woman, but was more concerned with where I went off to. I told him that I was walking towards him to tell him about the woman, and I was keeping my eyes peeled to the ground, looking for Flint, and happened to glance up and not see him anywhere. The foothill we were navigating by was much further off, and I had no fucking clue where I was. I started walking back to where I thought would put me in the right place, and here I am now. He looked at me and kind of jerked his neck back in disbelief of what I said. He told me that after I pointed at seemingly nothing, and he waved for me to come tell him, he kept looking, and after a couple of minutes of not hearing me speak about what I was pointing at, I looked up and noticed that I was gone. He looked around, calling my name, and walked all around the field, yelling for me to come up with no sign of me. He said that he had saw some of my boot prints over by where I was walking, but couldn't really follow them as they weren't making sense. They just kind of went around in a circle from what he could make out, he said. Contrary to what some may think, following footprints in a field like that could be potentially challenging. You could step on stones, nubs of corn stalks, or soybeans or tobacco plants, and not really leave clear footprints for a good number of steps. This particular field was corn, little nubs of stalks everywhere in a row. Due to that, I didn't know how much stock I put into his circle theory, but nonetheless, he couldn't find me after a while of looking and yelling, and decided to head back to the benches to see if I decided to sit and give my neck a break. He didn't see me, walked some of the way to the clearing with the lavender going towards the car before he heard me yelling and turned around. I pleaded to him that I had no fucking clue how I got to where I was, and that I saw a damn woman from roughly the direction from where I had mysteriously ended up, just a hell of a lot further onwards. He asked questions about the woman, and I told him everything I knew. She was there, a red jacket, dog, and never looked at me, and that she was gone when I looked back. And now here's what spurred me on the missing time. I asked him how long he was looking for me, and he told me it had been close to 2 hours. Now, I know my dad exaggerates about all kinds of shit, but my calculations, I spent about 40 minutes walking back to the area I was familiar with, and another 10 or so to the tree line. I told him there was no way he spent 2 hours, but he insisted. I told him that I did not want to be there anymore, and that we needed to leave right then, and he agreed. We made it back to the car without incident, and upon turning the key, the time read 5:28 p.m. This would corroborate what my dad said. From me looking and seeing 2:46 upon initially being lost, spending roughly calculated 50 minutes walking back, would put me at 3:36, plus the walk back to the car, which means I am missing about an hour and change, roughly, that I cannot account for from the point where I initially was lost to where I found my dad. Not from me initially wandering off, or whatever the hell I did. We drove home, talked very little on the way back. I don't know what to make of it. The fire we saw that was apparently never there. The woman I saw who was apparently never there. The missing time or the potentially disorienting condition that came over me regarding space and time. The way my phone died. It is entirely possible that I did incredibly misjudge the time, but it doesn't explain the fire, the woman and dog, or how the hell I simply look up after a minute and am suddenly standing somewhere that took me a long-ass time to get back to where I was. I don't know what to make of any of this. We talk about it from time to time, but I will probably never know what happened out there. Quite honestly, I am not sure I want to know. I do know this, though. I will never go back there. It's human nature to want to find answers to everything. What is the purpose of life? Are we alone in the universe? What happens when we die? Those are but some questions out of an infinitude of unresolved mysteries. Nearly 30 years ago, I was forever changed by flirting with answers and knowledge I was not to see. Fly too close to the sun and he will be burned, they say. I'm just an old guy now, and if there's one truth I came to be particularly fond of, it's that ignorance is bliss. It was the beginning of October 1993, and at the time I was living with my partner, Edward, in a cabin in northern Maine. We built the place ourselves, on a piece of land far from the city, away from concrete, lights, and gossips. Closer to nature, but still quite comfortable. We had a well for water, several ways to get power if we needed, and a near endless amount of firewood at our disposal. Even better, we were surrounded by the forest. It was our playground. Despite what happened, I remember this place quite fondly. And thinking back, those years were probably the happiest of my life. The morning of that fateful day, Edward was getting ready to hunt. Deer season had just begun, so he had his crossbow at the ready. He patiently drank coffee at the table, marveling at the forest whilst waiting for me. The coffee was more by habit than anything else. He was already wide awake, and no caffeine needed here. "I'm feeling it, James. That buck is waiting for us," said Edward ecstatically. "The forest is looking fucking phenomenal this morning." "Can we say morning if the sun's not even up yet?" I asked, yawning. "The early hunter catches the deer," Edward said, his gaze still on the forest. "I'm not quite sure this is how the expression goes," I replied, stealing his cup of coffee in the process. Soon after, we left the cabin, heading deep inside the woods. Edward was an avid hunter, but he was also the man with the most respect for nature I ever knew. For him, hunting was a sort of communication with the wilderness. He respected the forest, and in turn, it granted him a spiritual connection to all that it inhabits. At least, that's how he described it. He was kind of a hippie that way. He was right about the forest, however. It was gorgeous. Tall trees, the canopy just dense enough that it felt like you were inside a living organism, but sparse enough to let some sun rays reach the forest floor. They call those God rays, and at that moment it certainly felt like we were close to him. Edward had set up several hunting spots around the forest, and we spent the morning going from one side to the other. We got several hares from the traps he set to those locations, but no deer yet. I was not a hunter myself. I did not even carry a weapon, so for me, the quiet moments in nature were what I was going hunting for. That doesn't mean I was completely useless. I did not have any weapon skills, but what I had was a very keen sense of observation. I often spotted animals before Edward did, spiritual connection or not. That time was no exception. When I saw the deer, I quickly grabbed Edward's arm and pointed in the direction it was. "Right there, just between those trees," I whispered. Edward looked for several seconds before I finally saw the confusion escape from his eyes. "Damn, you saw it from that far away?" Edward replied, his focus now entirely on the target. "It's a bit too far. We'll need to approach it slowly," he added. Edward was cautious, only moving when the deer was looking away. It did not help that it moved in the opposite direction,
dragging us farther into the forest. It finally stopped, drinking from a puddle of water. The deer stayed in that position long enough to let Edward reach a good vantage point. The deer was done for. The arrow flew through the air and hit the deer directly in the ribs. Usually the prey attempts to flee, eventually collapsing to the ground, but not this one. Instead, it raised its head, looking in Edward's direction, its legs faltering slightly. It stood there, dumbfounded. Did Edward miss? But then the deer took a step forward, collapsed, and as it fell on its side, disappeared. Edward and I started running in its direction, exchanging confused looks. When we reached the place where the deer once stood, we understood. That was no puddle of water. It was a 15-foot wide circular hole, right there in the middle of the forest. The deer had fallen in. It is hard to describe with adequate accuracy the eeriness of that place in words. After all, what is so special about a hole? The first thing that stuck out is that we could not see anything inside it. The cavity walls went down for several hundred feet before expanding out, like an upside-down funnel. After that, only darkness, complete and utter darkness, the light not daring to go any farther. It looked bottomless.
"What the hell?" said Edward. "You see the deer down there?"
No, I don't see anything. How can a hole like this form? Did someone dig it? I asked, slightly leaning to try and see further down. I doubt it, but what does it matter? My deer's down there, and we need to get it, Edward said. I wanted to get a sense of how deep it was, so I took a rock on the ground and threw it inside. It was with dumbfoundedness that I stopped holding my breath several seconds later, when not even a glimmer of a sound escaped from that well of darkness. I don't think we can go down there, I said. The cavity reminded me of a borehole, and Journey to the Center of the Earth came to mind. Jules Verne got it right sometimes, but I doubted it in this case. This was when I noticed it for the first time. At that point, it was nothing more than a murmur, a mild tingling sensation at the back of my head that felt awkward. It was like a timid voice dancing with the wind. Did you hear that? I asked Edward. He did not immediately answer, but he knelt down near the edge of the hole and peered inside. Yeah, it's kind of talking to me, I think, he said, never looking away from the depth of the hole. Wow, do you see that? The voice grew a bit stronger. I could hear faint whispering sounds, but not any actual words. I was trying to communicate by sharing thoughts instead of a linguistic structure. It made me want to look down, see what Edward was seeing. I went to Edward's side and knelt down next to him. All I could see was the pitch-black depths of this seemingly bottomless hole. Then, as I kept searching the darkness for something, I saw a small light. It was moving around gracefully like a lost firefly. A light, I said, not sure of what I saw. That's not just a light. That's like a whole constellation. So many connected dots of light, said Edward in awe. And just like that, I saw it too. It took over all my vision, no longer restricted by the influx given to me by my optic nerves. I could see all around as if I was in the middle of the sea of stars. The voice made itself limpid. You who comes to me, open your eyes, the presence said, its voice deep and ancient. I wanted to see, so I let it in, just a little. The stars started to move around me, and I began to travel. It was magnificent. I saw time flowing. I saw the rise and fall of empires. I saw the worlds of unimaginable nature. The range of human emotion was exposed on a canvas of impossible proportions, and I traveled through it as if it was made of physical matter. The whole experience submerged my mind with the knowledge of gods, and I was asking for more, my thirst unquenchable. If you want me to show you more, I need reach, the voice continued.
There was a pause, giving gravitas to its next statement. "For that, I need sustenance," the voice boomed. The faint presence in my mind grew bolder, but this time my subconscious started to question it. It felt invasive, contrarian. I tried to look away, but the presence insisted. It wanted me to keep looking. That's when I understood that something was wrong. I wanted to see more, but my instinct reluctantly had the edge, and I insisted on being let go. The free-flowing sea of stars started to compress until it felt like a prison of glass. Coldness replaced the warmth. Suggestion became demands. The voice was no longer attempting to seduce. It was trying to subdue. I was not holding back anymore. I wanted out, and I was desperately fighting this consciousness with all my will. The entity's tendrils were already profoundly intertwined with the threads of my mind, and the pain was intensifying as I kept fighting it. I was thrashing around like a bull in a rodeo until I finally managed to get the edge. The prison of glass shattered, and the spell was broken. I was back in the forest, confused, feeling like I was about to throw up. I stepped away from the hole, incredibly tired, and noticed the sun was going down. How long was I under its influence? Coming back to my senses, I found that I was not the only one the dark presence was affecting. The forest itself was changing. From the hole itself extended gigantic veins, pulsating and emitting a reddish hue at the rhythm that matched the ground tremors. Surrounding trees were dying, some of them already broken in half. Life sucked out of them. But the most disturbing of all was the wildlife. Approaching from the bottomless pit were squirrels, field mice, foxes, and even deers. It was a scene straight out of a Disney movie gone wrong. All the animals subjected to the will of this obscure mind flyer. Edward, we have to get out of here," I said, still catching my breath. Edward did not answer. He was still looking down in the hole. His eyes were wide open, infused with blood. The look on his face made my skin crawl. Without hesitation, I took him by the shoulders and yanked him with all my strength away from the orifice. "What are you doing?" he shouted, angry and confused. "I don't know what's happening, but this thing," I said, pointing at the abyss, "this fucking thing is evil. We need to get the hell away from here." "I was about to know everything. Did you not feel its wisdom? This is the spirit of the forest," Edward said, getting back on his feet. "The spirit of the forest. Look around you, Ed. This thing is killing the forest," I shouted. My throbbing headache was getting worse. "No, it just needs some help. It's hungry. I need to help it," Edward said, reaching for the hairs we caught. "Listen to yourself. It's trying to trick you," I said in desperation. But he would not listen and threw the hairs down the hole. I felt the entity growing more assertive, the pulsation intensifying. I was lost, still reeling from my own experience, fighting the will of the voice, and I took some steps away. Everything in my being told me to run and to never look back, but I could not leave Edward here alone with that thing. In a last desperate attempt, I ran towards Edward, tackling him to the ground. I did not know what to do. All I had in my mind was to try and drag him away from the hole, try to make him come to his senses. But Edward was stronger than me, and he quickly managed to get back on his feet, pushing me away at the same time. "Why are you trying to take me away? You never understood the bond I have with the forest," Edward said with a flaming rage. "I gave it the hairs, but it's not enough. It's angry because of you. Please, Edward, come back to me. I love you," I begged, tears flowing down my cheeks. It was true, but I never said it to him before. That was my last chance. Edward looked at me, confused, a moment of hesitation in his eyes. "James, No, you're trying to deceive me. I need to help it. It has so much to teach," Edward said, his anger replaced by fascination. By the time many animals had reached the hole, prisoners, all of them, transfixed by the cursed knowledge it was dispersing. Edward's eyes went dark, complete, impenetrable darkness. The fragile link between his mind and his body forever severed. Around him, the animals suffered the same fate. One by one, they were jumping down the hole, mindless puppets giving away their flesh. But with each sacrifice, I could feel the entity getting stronger, and the voice was gaining ground again inside my own body. I was barely holding myself together. Edward turned around, and he jumped into the fathomless abyss. As I witnessed that, the last of my defense fell with him. It was not as I had imagined it. I thought that once I would give in, I would be dead. My brain no longer mine, but it was not like that. I could still see, feel, hear everything. I was just not in control anymore. I was looking down into the abyss, fully aware that I was about to find out how deep it really was. But then, out of nowhere, an explosion. I could see it several miles away, but not with my own eyes. I could sense fear, but again, not my own. I think I was sharing what the entity perceived, and I saw its mind and knowledge. I wish I didn't. Its grasp on me was weakening, as I was no longer a priority. Something else was asking for its undivided attention, and I saw an opportunity, one unique chance to take control back. When the next explosion, this time even closer, reverberated through the night, I went for it. The voice was too preoccupied to care that I escaped. My head hurt like hell, but I could move on my own again. There was no time to recover. I had to run away, and my body entered fight or flight mode, adrenaline rushing to my heart. I did not know what was going on, but the explosions were getting closer and closer. Through the canopy, I could distinguish planes flying at low altitudes over me, adding to my confusion. They did not seem like commercial airlines or private planes. They were more akin to military jets. Explosions finally reached me, and I understood. The jets were raining napalm, fire over the forest. My head was spinning. Who the hell were they? What was happening? Another payload dropped not far from me, bringing several acres of forest into a fiery hell. I'm not sure how I got away while the forest around me was on fire, but I eventually reached the cabin and escaped in my truck. I saw several black SUVs and army trucks heading into the forest direction while driving away. I figured they were the ones responsible for the fire, the ones I should thank for allowing me to escape. How they knew about the entity in the forest, I never knew. I drove all night long, sensing the urge to get as far away from the forest as possible. All this drive is still a big blur to this day, but I ended up in a motel in the suburbs of Boston. I spent days there, grieving and recovering. In the news, they talked about the largest wildfire to occur in Maine in decades. It lasted weeks. That was the cover-up. I happened to be in the middle of something way bigger than myself and lived to tell the tale. How can one connect back to reality after that? Now that I know what the world hides in its darkest corners. I look at the news these days, witnessing more and more wildfires worldwide. I wonder if those are real or another dark and ancient forest trying to surface. Remembering what I saw that day in the hole's fathomless depth is terrifying. But it's not the worst part. What really keeps me up at night is the whisper in the wind I hear sometimes, and a mild tingling sensation that I feel at the back of my head. I fear it is still there, somewhere, just biding its time. They say it takes 2 days before your cat will eat your body if you die. Well, I can tell you that it's longer than that, but not by much. I have 5 cats. Yes, 5. My fiancé and I started with 1, then gradually to 3, after a friend started having allergic reactions and had to give his 2 up. Then the same happened a few years later with one of her friends, and now we're at 5. It's too many cats in my opinion, but what can I do at this point? They're here to stay, and I love them, unconditionally. A while ago now, my fiancé left for a trip to Thailand. She's into Muay Thai, and so is her brother, so he invited her to go with him on a training trip his gym was taking. This left me home alone for a while, watching as an introvert as well as a professional writer who was currently in the midst of his 2nd novel was not unwelcome. I was looking forward to some valuable alone time and a distraction-free environment in which to make some progress on my writing. 3 days into our trip, I had been doing just that. Around 4 p.m., I finished my 3rd chapter in as many days. I was thrilled, but needed a change of pace, as my mind was beginning to give off sparks. One of the lights in the high ceiling of our living room had gone out, so I figured I'd take this time to replace it. I went into the garage and got the ladder, then set it up under the light. I stood on the second from the top step, looking up. Even though I'm tall, I could still barely reach the light. I went up to the next rung, knowing full well it wasn't safe. I could reach it now, but it was still at an awkward distance. I thought about it for a second, then decided to just go for it. I didn't want to have to find another ladder or call an electrician, plus I'm pretty sure-footed, so I stepped up onto the top of the ladder. I could comfortably reach the light now. The bulb was a pretty standard screw-in type that could easily be changed out, except that there was a thin metal rim that went about halfway around the circumference of the fixture and blocked the bulb from coming out. Try as I might, I could not figure out how to get the bulb around it or get it off. I finally resorted to brute force and gave it a good yank. Nothing happened. I yanked it harder. Still nothing. I gave it one more firm pull and it came off. Unfortunately, so did my feet from the ladder. I came to lying on my back, staring up at the broken fixture. I couldn't move. I could tell I was breathing, and a dull aching in my back that seemed many miles away told me that I still had some life in my nerves, but otherwise, nothing. Panic didn't last long, as there wasn't anything I could do. Since I was conscious and I could feel a bit, I figured it would pass. I resolved myself to wait it out and began focusing on my breathing, not only as a meditative practice, but to help regain control of myself, too. As time passed, I could sense faint nudges around my feet, hands, and head. Now and then, a shock of fur would pass before my eyes. Once, my breathing became more difficult, and far off somewhere, I could feel 4 little paws on my chest. They were hungry. There was nothing I could do. They'd have to wait it out, just like me. Darkness fell, and then the light returned. My situation hadn't improved. More and more, I felt the little nudges or the poke of a paw on my face. I kept focusing on my breathing. If I was making progress with it, I couldn't tell, but for the time being, it was keeping me sane. Again, night fell, and again dawn broke with no improvements. The nudges and pokes were getting more frequent and far more desperate. I could feel a gnawing sensation in my stomach, and my lips were beginning to feel dry and cracked. Sometime during the 3rd night is when I felt the teeth. Again, that far-away sensation, almost as if it were happening to someone else. Even so, the feeling was unmistakable, like 2 steel rods sinking into the flesh of my calf. Then a tug, then a rip. I tried with all my might to make myself scream. Nothing. I felt the teeth again. Another pull, another rip. A wet, chewing sound. I waited for my lungs to fill with air and then focus all my energy into forcing it out. A low, strained groan escaped my lips, but it was enough. The teeth stopped, and I felt the faint vibrations of little footsteps going away. I woke up later in the night to what felt like a small piece of sandpaper rubbing against my leg. Someone was licking up the blood around the wound. Again, I groaned. The licking stopped for a moment, and they began once more. I tried to kick out with my leg and managed a small twitch. I heard paws run off again. I was starting to feel like a small fire was smoldering in my leg. Just embers for now, but it wasn't good. How long had they been at it while I was asleep? How much longer could I hold them off? What was left of my leg? How much longer could I last like this? This same cycle continued for days. First, the feel of teeth in the flesh of my leg, arm, or sometimes my face. Next, a twitch or a groan to shake them off. Sometimes more than one set of teeth at a time. Sometimes they wouldn't leave. I could feel the wetness of blood on parts of me. I could feel the small embers of pain and infection all over. My stomach felt like it was filled with nails, and my mouth was like hot sand. I was growing weak. With what was now left of my sanity, I tried to count the days I'd been lying there. It must have been long enough that someone knows something's wrong. I had to be close to the end. It was hard to tell, though, with a sensation of 5 little sets of teeth all tearing at 5 different parts of me. Concentration was in short supply. I wanted to shake them off, but I was so tired. All I wanted was to rest. I forgot about my breathing. My eyes began to go black. My thoughts began to fade. Far off, somewhere, I heard the rumble of a car engine. I heard the jagged metal grinding of a key in a lock. I heard hinges creak. I heard footsteps. I heard screaming.
I want the best sex of my life. That's what I told the old man I'd been looking for, the arranger of the affair, on Tuesday. I'm not going to tell you the name of the motel he runs. I'm not going to tell you what town it's in. If you're interested, then that's too damn bad. I won't help anyone get into this crazy mess that I did. I'm not a bad guy. I'm just a man. I just want you to understand that, Eleanor. I'd slapped $5,000 in hundreds on the counter in front of the old cogger when I told him what I wanted. That was the minimum, as far as I'd been told. I hear you have girls for that sort of thing, I went on. Really skilled girls. He gave an eager grin. He was an earnest-looking man, maybe in his 70s, and he didn't wear any shoes or sockets.
Oh, really?
He says.
Well, I suppose I do. For this kind of money, yes. Of course I do, sir.
Then his fading green eyes flashed at me from under his wiry eyebrows. His gray and white mustache twitched.
Only one thing, sir.
What?
You'll never have better.
That's the idea.
No,
he says, and then his grin melted away. He leaned forward.
I mean it. Really. You will never find a girl that does it better. Never, ever. Rest of your life. Ancient technique. Are you sure you can live with that, sir?
I considered it. There was a small part of me that thought, what if my wife can't satisfy me anymore after this? Then there was a bigger part that admitted, she doesn't satisfy me anyway. And a bigger part still that suspected that this guy was just full of shit. I looked around the lobby. I saw the vending machine with out of order, scrawled in black marker on a paper taped to it. Felt a headache coming on from the flickering fluorescence above me. Smelled the reek of curry and onions. I'd been cheated by places this shanty before. How good could it be? But I'd come a long way, searched long and hard for this guy, and saved a stupid amount of cash to get what good authority guaranteed was the best. Ever since the baby came, Eleanor and I's midnight activities had added up to a big fat 0. Nothing. Nada. And speaking of big and fat, she showed no interest in losing her post-prego weight. Look, I know that sounds terrible, but I told you, I'm just a man. Here I was, working 40 to 80 a week, providing for the kid and wife, and the cojones were so loaded, I thought I might go crazy if I didn't empty the magazines soon. And besides, if this guy's girls were also Eastern like him, if there was any bit of truth to the rumors, then I'd be damned if I missed out on some Kama Sutra stuff. Whatever, I told him. I'm fine with that. It really better be the best I ever had, man. I need good. Like a porn star experience. He shook his head and the grin crept back. Only this time it seemed like something was just so barely off about it. A slyness, almost.
It's even better by Lily. Won't be disappointed, sir.
He took the bills, counted them, and then handed me a card with a phone number and appointment time scribbled onto it. I went outside, feeling a twinge of resentment. Maybe he was cheating me. This place is a shack. That guy was weird. By Lily. I felt slightly better, though, when I looked at the name written under the number and time. Agrat Bat Machlat.
I couldn't resist a smile. Eastern. Ancient technique, baby. I made the call from in my car. She answered with a voice so sweet that I found myself rubbing my crotch just at the sound. She told me to bring a blindfold and wear it when I arrived. It would be part of the sensual experience. And, god damn it, that voice. I looked at the dashboard clock. My appointment was in half an hour. I went to the Dollarama and picked up a sleep blinder. I was standing in her room on the tip of my toes, wearing the blinder, with my body pressed against her tightly. Soft lips brushed against mine, giving me the most gentle of kisses. My heart fluttered in my chest, and I felt as though I could fall backwards and simply float away. "By God," I whispered, and "By Lily." Then I became so hard it felt like the top button of my fly would pop off. I need to see you. I bet you're a smoking vixen."
You can see me after. During round 6. I'll give you 6 times, my love. 6.
I groaned, delighted, and we continued on. It was right of her to deny me taking the blinder off. My imagination seemed to enhance every aspect of this and increase the anticipation of what was coming. Her movement in my arms was spry, sprightly, skilled beyond measure. Then she unzipped my pants and began working. I shoved my knuckles into my mouth, just barely cramming back a cry of pleasure. That massaging with her fingertips, the feeling, it felt like there were 4 sets of hands on me. It was about 5 minutes later, and she was grasping under me, my blinder still on, and even so, I desired her so completely that the whole of my existence seemed focused towards this single goal. My perceived image of her was amazing in my mind, a woman exactly as I wanted her to look, and how I wanted her to be. Her body fit so perfectly well in my grasp. Her hair felt slightly rough, like it had been braided, my favorite. I blew so hard it was nearly painful. My mind exploded from me in a starry burst. Incredible. In-fucking-credible. I'd had pretty damn good orgasms before, but this was legendary. I shuddered in delight. When I finally caught my breath once more, I heard her whisper.
Again.
And even though I was still sensitive, so very sensitive after that climax, I obeyed. Because, well, wasn't there some other feeling coming on? Some overwhelming feeling of, well, dread. The dread of being left without her touch. The dread of feeling left alone. I couldn't stand it, and right then I rolled over to embrace her once more. Then I was surprised to find her holding me away.
Got a wife?
She asked primarily. Yeah, so what?
Oh, you're a bad man,
she said, and I can hear her saucy smile in her voice. Dirty talk now. No, not a bad guy, baby. Just a man. That just had a kid. Sex life evaporated. You know how it is. Are you a bad girl?
Oh, I'm the baddest, my love.
Bad girls need a real man. I'll be your man all night long. She sighed a throaty, lusty sigh and put her arms around my neck. We did it again, and again, and again, and again. And each time after, just as that feeling crept up on me, just before its total manifestation, she'd rescue me from it. Her legs and arms bundled my body into her bosom, and I felt like I could meld into her, all the while her fingers working with an almost incomprehensible fluttering up and down my spine. It was ecstasy. A couple hours later, and it was the final round. This time she had her lips wrapped around the tip, tongue doing things I never thought possible. Nothing I had ever done in my years had felt like this. I wiped my cheek with the back of my hand, not entirely sure when I had started to cry tears of joy. Hey, I managed to say. Can I take the blinder off? I need to see you, babe. I blew the absolute hardest, most mind-seizing orgasm of my life. Even better than the others. My hands clenched into tight fists as I felt myself pumping, shooting, imbuing everything that was me into her. Only this time, something felt very wrong. It felt like my life was being sucked out of me. I heard the delighted giggling of the woman as she drained me dry, leaving my body feeling. I reeled backwards helplessly, withdrawing from her warmth, and flopped onto the bed. I felt lighter, much lighter, too light.
Was it quite pleasing?
She laughed softly.
Would you like to do it again?
Yes, I uttered. Yes.
A woman like me. A man would do anything under her thrall. Don't you think?
I nodded without hesitation. Yes, a man would. But hearing the word she used there, thrall, gave the sweetness of that voice a whole new meaning. What?
You may take the blinder off.
I did take it off, slowly, carefully, and then I was looking at a thing of such intense alien beauty that even its flesh, rippling and undulating like boiled wax, gave me no pause. Her hair was not hair, but strands, thin, slender tendrils that didn't look too unlike very long earthworms. She held her arms upwards, veiny fingers stretching and stretching until the tips reached the ceiling. There were far more than 5 on each hand. How can I explain? How can I tell you how much I yearned for this thing, despite its complete otherworldly form? Underarms that resembled the underside of an oyster mushroom. A cavity between her legs that by all accounts looked diseased. It was absurd. It was witch's magic. It was disgusting. I should have been horrified.
Yes, a creature such as me.
She crooned. It crooned.
A man would do anything. Even the most terrible, heinous, vile deeds.
She grinned, red-irised eyes gleaming intensely.
As you'll soon find out.
She opened her mouth, smiling endlessly. That's at last when it came. Fear as cold as winter's first breath, hard as bone. Her tongue lolled out of a dark maw where yellow fangs protruded. That tongue, a spongy thing, was at least a foot long. With a morbid fascination, I watched fresh blood, thick and foamy, course all down along it, and drip to the floor in sickening splats. It was flecked everywhere, that blood. On the sheets, on my legs, some of it seemed slightly drier, slightly older, maybe only by an hour or two. It didn't seem like I was bleeding anywhere. Unless I looked down at my still erect manhood, polished to a sheen, but the whole thing was a deep hue of purple, like a hickey. Then, to my repulsion, I watched googly-eyed as a bead of red stuff oozed out of the opening and then trickled down the shaft into a crooked rill. Had she? Could she? Yes, I suppose she had. I tried to speak, simply couldn't find words. I felt violated, defiled, mere meat, and still, I found myself yearning painfully for her twisted wiles. Even as she shrieked and screamed and laughed, even when she told me what she wanted, who she wanted it from, and only then would I be her man again. That night I drove home, screaming and raging in the car. How I hadn't passed out or totally lost my mind, I don't think that's for anyone on this earth to know.
I cringe at the possibilities. All I knew right then was that I could feel the distance between us with every mile, like it was some spike being pushed harder and harder into my heart. Every mile I felt emptier and emptier. Every mile brought me closer to what she wanted. That feeling, that goddamn empty feeling. Had it been the blood loss? Had it only... or was it something else? Something more elemental? I'm not a bad guy, I screamed. I'm not. I'm just a man. That's all. A man. Then I cried. Or maybe laughed. I can't quite remember. Eleanor, when you read this, I just want you to understand that I'm not a bad guy. I'm just a man. And there are things in this small, tiny bubble of a universe that we inhabit where are neither man nor woman, nor dream or nightmare. They exist, Eleanor. I don't know how, but they just do. And they are so much stronger than men. So much. I just want you to understand that, Eleanor. I just want you to understand that. By Lily. I want you to understand that when you tell the police. I want you to understand that when you find the crib empty.